tracks.
على طريق مصر الطيران المنتهى إلى اسطنبول. برا أتوجه إلى بوابة الخروج F3.
أولا فعاشي ماشي تعالى لو عايز
صورت
ما تبصوش بقى، ما تبصوش خالص للكاميرا، تعاملوا عادي ماشي.
على فكرة جو انت شكلك في ألمانيا مطلوب. ايه؟ يبغوا شكلك في ألمانيا. بجد والله عشان صنع
شايفين المشكلة.
خلاص يا حبيبي خلاص يا حبيبي.
تعرف دي بتلقط
لا
Let's go.
على اسمها على حضراتكم جميعا.
سيب انت ممكن مستقبل
Just going to the hotel first, and then we will tell you. While going to the hotel, it's about the program, and you will get the program in the hotel. So yes, so enjoy the ride to the hotel. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you, team. مش هتيجي معانا؟
عامل كده بس كده في احنا قدامنا مش عارف 14 كيلو ولا
What is very important is that we always stick to the group and go from one place to the other. So because we are going to take the public transportation, so we have to be always on time so that we don't disappoint our lovely hosts. Yes, well, today is a very light program. We have the bus until if you wish to buy some stuff, today is Sunday. Normally every shop is closed, but because we had Friday, we can 5-minute walk, in fact, and there we will have to choose between 3 menus, in fact. So that we will introduce you then to the second half of Wednesday will be free for you to do whatever you want. Feel free to do shopping, whatever. We have just a little picture in front of the Brandenburger Gate, which is a very nice symbol of, or it's the symbol of Berlin. And on Thursday, Friday, we have 2 days where you are able to
لا في احتفالات عشان كده هبه مش لسه الاحتفالات
اسلام ارجع اسلام ثلاثة ولا
ممكن لغايه بكره
وعشان كده هو بيقول الدنيا زحمه
بس في ميرينج ده عشان في شتات
اللي هو احتفالات الشارع
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tina speaking again. As Herbert told you today, or this weekend, we have the celebration of the 3rd of October, which is the national holiday. So all around the city and things to do. So it started on the 3rd and today is the 5th. The whole weekend is covered by that celebration. We're celebrating the reunification of Germany. As you know, we were a divided city after the Second World War, and the wall was right in the middle of Berlin, parting it, and also around some parts in Germany. So we had two parts, the East and the West. And in '89 we had the reunification finally. It's 25th anniversary now this year, so there are big celebrations. Candles and balloons, and they were put into the air after a while. So that was one celebration of this reunification of Germany. In front you already see the tower of the Alexanderplatz in the very front. It's the round bowl, and it's the television tower. There's a restaurant located and it's turning around. In 1 hour you can see every little part from Berlin because your table is moving. Our hotel will be around there. You see on the right and the left. And the left you will see more inner Berlin. And this Spree River is going through the center of Berlin.
ايوه شفت حزنوك.
In front you can see already this dark rock.
هتمنتج شوية. هنا ايه ده
the water and then put them somewhere else. So they have these tubes to take off the water and put them in the ground again somewhere else so that the ground level doesn't change. So this is one mysterium you are knowing now. It's solved.
عايزين تعمل
program journalism in German television. I wish you will have a Berlin with interesting encounters and interesting questions. If you have any questions, any problems, please contact Ms. Hira Ahmed and Ms. Tina Polizzi. They will provide you any questions. Now it's a great pleasure to welcome Mr. Mike Moiser. Mr. Mike Moiser is journalist, reporter. Welcome, Mr. Mike Moiser. Good morning.
Good morning.
And we have some recordings as well. Okay. Just to be sure that for me as well, it's always good to see people from all over the world in Berlin. And we do that every day, but we don't get quite a lot of contact. We can do so today. First, to my person, I'm working as a journalist for now 20 years. I'm 38 years old. I started at 18, writing for newspapers, so engaged in radio programs and had some journalism, but all focused on TV. I've got something which I can show you. If there are any questions, anytime, come up with and I understand. After do some news reports for them, I work for the Academy, so I happened to Ghana 2 weeks ago to train journalists there, and I work sometimes as I do today for Institute. So I'm freelance. Yes. Can we start with a short introduction? Would you just say who you are, what you do, and what you aim to learn here?
My name is Mahmoud. I'm a student with Master of Communication.
TV. Your role working with TV.
Yes, and also the difference between the private channel and the governmental channel for the government. Connection between TV stations, how they are connected, the same like material, the same correspondence, how can they are helping each other. And also, which already I don't have any idea about it in Germany. I need to take your experience about what's the future and present online TVs platforms in Germany.
I'm interested in the new production and how was the private and the public channels in Germany, what's the relation between them and how is the public law organizing that?
Hi, I'm studying in Ouna Academy as presenter. I'm aiming to present a new I need to know the difference between us, just can say the difference between presenting the news and public and private.
I'm sure there is one presenting. I'm sure that there is one which concerns the client.
My name is Mohamed. I'm working at the corporate media and tackling different issues and problems.
The difference between German
And the different I want to say that
No, actually, what will ask the German structure?
Institute and I'm working with Bimsabaq, the department, and I did with Masal program.
My name is Sharif Hika. I am an engineer and I started learning media production about 1 year ago. Part of my job now is producing videos, training videos in environmental and safety. This is training videos, but what I am interested now to know, and this is because of your interesting biography that you presented at the beginning, I am interested to know how you personally look at your profession and your career. What are the main points? What concepts that should be kept always in mind? This kind of your personal look.
Understand that quite well. Can you recite it a little bit more?
How to make
what's important in making news? Okay.
My name is Günther, at the Goethe Institute, and many weeks ago we sat in Cairo and thought about the structure of this week and how we could imagine this visit to become fruitful. And our initial idea was to start off, as we're actually doing today, some kind of concise information about the difference. I'm just thinking about the difference between state TV and public TV or public networks, because it sounds like as if it was the same, but then it's not, I feel. The idea of the visit to Berlin was actually to explore the landscape of publicly funded TV with all its mechanisms, where the money comes from, and how the control is actually exerted or not exerted, and what people do in cases of conflict. And if you have any conflict story to tell us, it would be great to hear about that. Like reporters reporting wrong things from Ukraine. And
You're talking about honesty.
I'm talking about certain things I'm reading in the German newspapers these days, and but you are the expert, and I think I'm super grateful to just listen to some of the stories of what people do in a conflicting situation, because there's no such thing as easy living for a journalist. Thank you very much in advance.
Let's see what we have. Germany has a tradition of a media system which is, of course, depending on history and on the history of the Second World War and of the guilt of the Nazi NS region. So we had a very difficult situation here in 1945 when the war ended. The Allies, Americans, British and French, were looking at Germany and had known that there was a huge power control over media. So the government, the NS regime, used the media, which was radio, also television, and also the newspapers, to control the state of mind of their inhabitants of Germany. What the Allies said is that the German framework for a German media system must be completely different. Because they said we have to rebuild this country. There was this discussion about the German Marshall Fund. I don't know if you're all linked to that. The idea after the war, after the Germans had been defeated, was there was one man, he was called Walter, who said we have to destroy everything and keep this country as a country which is only producing natural goods, and that's all. We have to destroy all industries so that they can never raise, never be a threat to anyone anymore. There was another one, Mr. Marshall, who said we have to rebuild this country and re-educate people so that they are satisfactory with what they are living. And in this philosophy, the the Allies agreed and said we have to rebuild also the industry, rebuild also the media system, and make it less possible to control it. So the first goal and the most important goal was we have to build a media system, a framework for a media system, so that the government, whoever is in control, has no direct influence on the media, on the radio, on the TV, on the print system.
This was specific to Germany or in general? In Germany?
This is specific to Germany. I think it's to other countries. It's also there's distance in States, but there have been other reasons for that. But in Germany, it was that because the first news programs and newspapers, they all had to get an okay from the Allies. So they were really monitoring what they are writing, just to be sure that there's no more Nazi thinking getting out to the people. The media system was decided to be part of the education of the German people.
I want to highlight to our colleagues that Nazi is Nazi, because we say Nazi, and in German they say Nazi. So Nazi is Nazi.
So you all know So the model basically that we're looking at, or the Allies were looking at, was the model of the British BBC, a big media company organized by the law, but not influenced directly by the British government. So we have some basic rights of communication who are grounded in our constitutional law, which is the Grundgesetz, in Article 5. These are the most important ones. Freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of the press, and freedom of reporting by means of broadcast and film. That's, I think, quite clear. That is written into our constitution, and everyone can go to judge and say if he thinks that his right of freedom of expression is violated, he can go to court and get it fixed or judged. So freedom of expression and media freedom where foreign rights are violated. That is something that for us as a journalist, quite important. How much freedom of expression do I have? Can I like we have seen that in Africa, with the hate radio, where people were offended and engaged to kill other people. So what this is saying is there is freedom of expression, but it ends where the rights of another people or another person is violated. That is also grounded in our constitution.
I have a question here, please. The freedom of expression in Germany, under the supervision of the Allies. This is the concept of the freedom of expression in Germany after the World War II. This is the same concept of freedom of expression in the Allies countries like France, like United Kingdom themselves, or there is difference?
It's almost the same. I think there are some nuances which are, I'm not a jurist, I'm not.
No, I mean in general concept.
In general, it's the same.
What I have understood from you now is that this has been put in Germany and have been insisted to remain in Germany to let's say to face the Nazi thinking that can be still in some people in Germany after the war. But in their country it was different. They did not have this fear.
They did not have this fear. They did not have this history. But it was the framework.
So they were opposing the Nazi by freedom of expression, or they were just implementing the freedom of expression that they already have in their countries?
I don't get the point.
Did the Alliance were they implementing the same freedom of expression system they had in the countries, or they were opposing the Nazi ideas and organizations?
The same. Both are right.
Okay.
Both are perfectly
The same result.
They had another system, and in Germany the influence of the Nazi regime on the press, on the radio, on the TV was extreme. There was propaganda, and it was really freedom of expression. For example, the Nazis they defended the Jews in all way. But the same goes for France and Britain and the United States of America. They have another system which is more like our system is now. So it was not invented. They looked at their own countries and said, okay, we have something which is better for working than the German ones did, and they wanted to show you that the Nazi wouldn't go back. And so now, freedom of expression, for example, has always to do with racism in Germany. You are not allowed to say or go on TV or radio and say there was no Holocaust. Jews haven't been killed,
Massacred.
Massacred, in the millions. These are things you could say it's the freedom of expression. I can say what I want, but it's definitely not allowed.
Because of other criminal laws.
Yes, and it goes also to, I think I have to put it on electricity so that it keeps on playing. Freedom of expression, of course, racism is not allowed, even if you are having this freedom of expression. But it's always, there are smaller things, and I mean, you have to find a middle ground where your freedom of expression is guaranteed. It's also guaranteed that you're not violating the rights of another person. So it's always, there is this huge constitution, and it is written inside, but in the daily real life, it's always something you have to maneuver. So you find a middle ground between those two things. Let's do that. Protection of the interests of the person concerned on the other hand. Principles of democracy are also written or grounded in our constitution in Article 20, paragraph 2, and there it is written that media freedoms are essentially not only for individual citizens but for the democratic state and society as a whole. That one we are always and the media system has a huge factor in organizing public society, or educating people, and in controlling people in a way. The Nazi did was propaganda, but they controlled the mind of the people, and they controlled also that when you are living in the 1940s, you have to be interested in what is going on to know that there have been concentration camps in the newspapers, in the TV, in the radio. So these are the things that the Allies put as a framework for the media system, which is still working. There have been some changes, small changes, but the framework still depends on what we have had after 1945. Protecting basic communication right is one of the basic principles of government's media policy. The government has to do the policy, but it always has to keep in that framework. It can't go up. The government will try to set up its own TV channel or its own radio. The constitutional law says it is not allowed to do so. So we have to change the constitution first, get a permission from the constitutional law. But to change constitutional law, you need 2/3 of the parliament. It's quite rare that we change our constitution. It's quite difficult to get it done. So that's guaranteed that the framework stays as is principles. Another principle, which is also part of the history and part of the power struggle thing, is that Germany is a federal state. There is not, like we have in France, one center, which is Paris, where everything is centralized, where all the news programs are, where all the newspapers, all the book publishers, the politicians are all centralized in Paris. We don't have that in Germany. We have some centers, bigger, smaller centers, and Berlin is not the biggest media center. It has become bigger after the reunification, but it's not the center like Paris is for France or London is for Germany. You've got the several media centers which are interesting to you. You get in Berlin, you get some, but one of the biggest is in Cologne, Hamburg, and Munich. These are the biggest. But all these federal states have their own media controlling programs. So, because in Germany, cultural politics and educational politics is federal state department. So the government, the German government, does not decide for the federal states how they organize their education, how they organize their media systems. That is all in the hands of the federal states, which is completely different from Britain and France.
How many federal states does Germany have?
You can count them.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, yeah. So you get those small ones. This is Bremen, this is just a city. As one was for Hamburg and Berlin, 3 cities. And the small one, the Saarland, is also not that big. The biggest one in population is Nordrhein-Westfalen. You get all the industries, the only industries over there. Munich, Bayern has grown in the last decades, and you've got all the automobile industries in those southern parts. Bayern, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, only VW, the Volkswagen, here, Niedersachsen. Okay, just a short, we're not talking about print because we're all TV journalists, but for this I wanted to show you a bit how the print system was organized as well. After the World War, the Allies allowed only few super-regional publications, and they were really looking after what they were writing, what the journalists had as a background. Some of the journalists were living outside of Germany during the Nazi regime, so that was all quite well monitored. And as you can see, it's Munich, it's Frankfurt, it's Berlin, it's Frankfurt. It's not in one place. Okay, the same goes for radio and TV. They are also under the responsibility of the federal states, and they have something also there. We get governments in the federal states, but they can't control the media directly. What we have for the national state, we have the same principle for the federal states. There is no direct control of any government concerning the media system, concerning radio, TV, or press. It's all done by some organizations where you have a lot of impact from much of you have politicians sitting in these organizations, but you have also the church, the unions, and other interest groups of the German society. So this is really a small Germany inside these organizations, and they can decide what can be changed and what still stays. So the government has no possible control over the and
what about the percentage of Germany in that time, the percentage in Vienna or the percentage in Washington DC? You have a word for each city, the percentage is handling matter related to the foreign correspondent. Yes, this inspection in the center is handling like the permissions for IDs of the journalists.
That is here in Berlin.
It's like similar tools are like the press center in Vienna, quite interesting. They are working, giving them applications and facilities for people charge or like because we don't have this system actually. We're only giving televisions and actually it's also related to our government in a way. So it's independent which
It's stately controlled
yes.
by public law and organized, but not influenced by the government. These are just organizations or organizing workflows which are part of the daily policy.
Reporting that to the foreign ministry or the journalist reporting to
Reporting?
yes, reporting to
You mean the people who give you as a foreign journalist accreditation? That is part of the stately organized structure, but not. Well, there is. It's just a detail I have to check that. Who they are reporting to?
because in the US they are related to a foreign ministry in Vienna they are related to the mayor of Vienna direct.
Because I have never working as a foreign
Yes,
journalist in
true.
Germany. I don't know the organization that well. But it is surely stately organized.
Maybe we should show a little piece of information maybe for you. If you come to Egypt as a foreign journalist, you need all kinds of permissions.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to film and speak and do this kind of thing. Because sometimes we approach the Philippines with a question like, what do I have to do? We always refer people to understand other people. This is not at all like it is in Germany. Because in Germany it's, you go here.
No, I know that for sure, but actually any country has a like press center who is not getting permission. I know that the permission system in Germany, but facilitating like journalists, foreign journalists' job and facilitating their like missions in Germany in countries like
the only body we could mention is the president.
Yeah,
This is very special.
and also for the Bundestag, we need a budget for the Bundestag.
So it's not for the Ministry of the Interior.
No,
It's not for the security.
it's called Bundespresseamt, and it's I don't know who they are directly reporting to, but I mean it's just what they do is they look, they register your name, they give you the badge so that you can go into the Bundestag, and they will have a small checkup what your history is, maybe, but maybe not. So they take a photo of you, and then you are able to go into the Bundestag or the other places which I've had for 1 year. And you have to just come back and say, oh, I will have another year. It's not a problem. I know that our correspondent, Karim, who is working in Cairo, he gets lots of problems on shooting on the streets because he has to ask the police if he can shoot. And he told me that he asked and had this paper with him, and then the police stopped him and said, yeah, but it's only half the street. It's not the corner in your state. So we have changed the last month. He told me that he really had to organize his work in a different way than before. This is completely different here. If you are a journalist, you can work as a journalist here, and if you want to enter a political, the Bundestag parliament or whatever, you just get registered and you're. I think there has to be a really, really huge case that they will not accept you. Just, I don't know any case. Some either the Chinese or the Russians were quite intense with the Russians with their legislations without any conflict. I don't think so that there is any
If we can go back a bit for the historical part of the freedom of expression, I think this was in the western part of Germany, which is
it was totally different
in Eastern under the supervision of the Soviet Union.
Yes, I myself have been living in the western part and had been 13 when the wall fell down and two Germany parties were reunificated, and as I started working as I was 18, there was only one Germany, and from my practical point, I can't tell you much about that. From what I've read, it has been really pressure on the journalists. If you wanted to get on television, you were straight in the direction of the party, state party. If you were a critical mind, not a chance that you were on TV or radio. There have been some private news papers, but if you were, it wasn't like today. You can't go to internet and make a blog and write things. You had to organize typewriters, papers, copy machines. So it was quite a thing to do. But it's right, in the western part, in the eastern part, the media was controlled. That's where I was talking about the allies, France, Britain, and USA, and not the Soviet Union. Good point. It's just inside you, because I'm living and working here.
Yes.
Okay, some of you wanted to know about the relations between public and private TV stations, so we'll have a look at that. In Germany, there is a regulated coexistence of public and private broadcasters, but the first 30 years, the first 3 decades after the war, it was only public TV. So the beginning of the middle 80s, the first private TV stations started broadcasting, and I would say in less than 2 decades, the market share, or how many viewers they had, they came to like a scissor. They came nearly at the same point. Now we've got the biggest German public one, which is ARD, which has something like 16 or 17 or 15%, and we've got the biggest private channel, RTL. They have the same, or even a bit more. So it's almost very equal. We'll have the figures later. Let's look at how we started after the war. In 1950, there was the establishment of the Association of Public Service Broadcasters in Germany, which is ARD. In the beginning, it was more radio than TV, and in the 50s, there was really, if you were switching on the TV, there was only one more, which was the ARD. For some people, and it's also a typical federal institution, several stations all over Germany, and this is where we are up today. You've got those, the biggest one is the WDR, which is in Cologne and Düsseldorf, and then you've got smaller ones like it's really small, and SR is also very small. There have been discussions if we can't get them together and even put radio to NDR, which is covering all the north, and the one in Berlin has been put together. There has been SFB and ORB, which was the older part, the eastern part, and they have been reunified to RBB, but it's not a big one. The biggest eastern, if we can say so, is the MBR, which is in Leipzig, which is one of the biggest modern.
Shall you repeat this again? Shall you repeat this again? Which station is covering which area?
Okay. So you get the MBRs covering the northern parts.
Okay.
The northern federal states, which means it has the widest area to cover. but it's not the biggest. The biggest is the WDR, which is only this federal state of Niedersachsen. And then you've got smaller ones like the SR, which is the Saarland, very small part next to France. And you've got the big one in Bayern. And the only, I would say, really eastern one, because this all has come after the reunification. The NDR was a western part program which got the Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, the federal state, under their controls, under their responsibility. And the only really eastern station is the LDR, but it was organized from Western top managers after the unification. The Germans who were mostly coming from Bayern who went there and organized a new TV station called LDR. So now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 programs which are all under the head of ARD. All the ARD. And ARD is presenting a first program, the German first program, which is super regional, and then all these ones have their own regional broadcasting.
When the ARD is removed from Egypt, for example, they're putting the material in each state, each center, and each center is converted in terms of
the news program. The news program of ARD is called Tagesschau and Tagesthemen.
Tagesschau in Deutschland and in
Tagesschau is the oldest, because as I told you that at the beginning there was only one program. Tagesschau is really the oldest one, and it doesn't change a lot. It's really there's someone sitting and he's not a journalist. He's just reading what the journalists wrote, and they've got teleprompters, but they are using them since only a few years, because they said no, it's just we stay at our origin, we don't change, everything changed. You will see that after the private programs came out and they were experimenting with other. I will read them and I will have the next one. So it's really the old lady of Germany.
The present show is coming from the western, the eastern.
It's coming from Hamburg.
Hamburg was in the west.
Yes.
Okay. Because I still see the other show in the Switzerland television with the same name.
The German one, or?
Yes, coming from Zurich. So the German and in Deutsch. But I don't see it in any other television, German television. It is only.
It's just in the German. It's not the same problem. If the Swiss call it the same, it's not the same. It's their Tagesschau.
Okay.
Yeah, but you have to find a name for news.
Yes.
If you don't call it ARD News, they call it. I mean, it's depending from the 1950s, and then Tagesschau, which means what happened on the day. Look at the day. That's the tradition of Tagesschau. After the second TV came, they decided their names heute, which means today. So it's always how to find a name, which is hard because they're all under competition. They're all trying to get most of the viewers on their side. And the Tagesschau was, for a long time, the most seen news program in Germany. It was always 8 o'clock in the evening, and everyone was sitting at 8 o'clock in the evening in front of the television and looking at the Tagesschau. So that has changed. And it is produced in Hamburg. That's why Hamburg is one of the bigger centers of the. I was talking about different media centers, and Hamburg is one of the bigger ones. So, only one program that was boring, that was a bit monopoly, and so criticism raised in the late 50s from private sectors, which were trying to get more diverse programs, but also from the government, which was controlled at the time from the Social Democrats, but then changed to conservatives. And at the time, the TV stations and radio programs of the ARD were more on the left. As you can say in general, that the German journalists are more, there are some on the right as well, but they are more a bit on the left. So the conservative government was not convinced that that should be the only part, and there were several essays to get something new. And then in 1963, really there was one started, which is called the ZDF, the Zweites Deutsches Fernsehen, second German television. And this is in Mainz, which is near Frankfurt. This is a huge complex. In comparison to the ARD, they don't have this federal system with all the departments in the federal states. They've got one huge center, which is Mainz, and they've got some regional studios in the departments. But the ZDF isn't half that big as the ARD is. But it's starting to broadcast in 1963. And for the 2 decades which came after that, there was only those 2 programs. And so you can say that there were generations, post-war generations, who were socialized under public TV, who had been grown up at that time. There was no private TV, there was only the first or the second program. That's it. So we have the end of the public monopoly coming afterwards. The Federal Institute of Course said there is a right of individual broadcasting freedom in 1981. And 3 years later, which is a long way, there had to be some technical things to be prepared, more satellite channels and cable programs to get more TV stations the possibility to be shown broadcasting in Germany. But in the middle 80s, January 1984 was the start of 2 programs, which was RTL Plus and PKS, which is now Sat.1. They were the first to broadcast. And everything was regulated. What we are talking about is the pluralism of public and private TVs in Germany that was finally legalized under the Interstate Broadcasting Treaty, which is a law which is until now regulating how they two get together, what their expectations are, what their regulations are. We'll see that. Before the private stations could broadcast, after this judgment, there was huge political resistance because the SPD, the Social Democrats, and also the churches and the unions, they were afraid that private TV stations, because they had to organize their finances by advertising, that they could have a negative impact on the children and families. That, from our point today, is a risk. You look at it and you say, oh really? I don't know. But at that time, this was really serious. They were really afraid that people could get hurt in a way.
Excuse me, what is the SPD? This is one of the biggest...
Social Democratic Party.
You have in Germany 2 big parties, SPD and CDU.
The SPD is the Social Democratic Party, the oldest party of Germany, and the other one is the Christian Democratic Union, which is the party of Chancellor Merkel. These are the big 2 political players.
To talking about quality, I know that there's more like station alignment towards like government. Actually, like you know that in the US, there are some media organizations alignment towards government. And I'm sure that are the alignment to transfer government, for example, actually some feel like last year, and they are not admitting that, but actually they are not giving bad comments to channels. Some German channels or organizations, after having retranslation in English, they are like giving comments, bad comments to channels about like founding Greece, about blah blah blah. So, is there like some channels alignment to the bad parts or this parts or B parts, for example?
There are some of the ARD ones.
No, but the not belonging, sorry, official belonging.
No, official alignment.
No, alignment.
But you get the journalists who do that program. And you've got, there was a discussion in the 60s and 70s that ZDF was more oriented towards the Christian Democratic Union because they were the ones who pushed them to get out to broadcast. And also the RD, you've got, for example, in Frankfurt, the Hessische Rundfunk, which was always called Red TV, because it was more on the part of the Social Democrats, and also the WDR is still a bit more on this side, but there is no really...
it's not official.
It's not official, and there are also people, journalists who are working, who have a membership of the Christian Democratic Union or the SPD, so it's not really regulated. But you can say that, yeah, maybe the RTL people don't do their critics too often because they are, the last years at least, presenting their news in another way which is more superficial than the others. I mean, in the ZDF and the ARD you get political magazines, not news programs, but political magazines who really look after, who really do dig into research and control powers. We have to talk about the role and perception of journalists at the end of our day, but you don't have those political magazines who are really working on the story deep and try to figure out where something goes wrong in society. You don't have that on the private ones.
So now the DF is alignment to social democratic, for example?
No, I wouldn't say so.
And last year, for example, in the German elections, it was like a year for like this announcing or broadcasting the campaign of Chancellor Merkel a lot more.
This is regulated. This is regulated. In the beginning of the campaign, all the parties, even small parties like we had one which is called the Yogi jumpers. Some people who are saying that they can resolve all the problems by doing yoga. Food for show. They got their time on TV. They only have to make a film, a movie. They have the right to be shown. So this is always a time in the campaign where, of course, the big ones can show their publicity movies, but also some kind of those small ones. And they have the same right. It's the same time. But this is regulated, and it stops before the election. The day before the elections, you don't have to. You must not talk about politics on TV or about the special campaign. That is really regulated. Yeah. The initial phase of the private sector was 1985-1986, characterized by two full programs, which are SAT1 and RTL Plus. In the second phase, another full program channels came like Brazil and 5. And then in the third phase, you see it's like 6 years later. There were ATV channels like Premiere, which was a Premiere also for German system, because before that this is something completely different. It's not it's not private, but it is private organized, but you have to pay to really see it. I mean, I'm sure you got those programs as well. Most of them are to see movies or sports, football, soccer, these kind of things. Yeah. And then the assembling the fourth phase, which MTV news, the first real news program, daily news program, not only like talk show 3 or 4 times a day news shows. It's completely the whole day news. Box is something like you see lots of series from the United States of America, movies. Cable is the same like Box. They are all in competition with each other. Viva, which is not broadcasting anymore, was a music channel like MTV, and then you have DSF Sports, which is still having some shows, and This is a really interesting thing because N24 had viewer share under 1%, and it was likely to die. But now a huge German enterprise, media enterprise called Axel Springer, they've got several newspapers. They've got the big one, Bild, the terrible one, tabloid. They've got Welt, so they have a really huge, they're one of the biggest German media enterprises. They bought N25 to get the films for their internet page, their homepage. And so this is the most modern thing we have now. Those two come together. They fit for the program which you see on the internet. But for the
TV, are depending right now on the new German journalists.
In a way, yeah. They are producing their news movies, and then they put them on the sides of the papers, like Bellies or Post or whatever. This is the most recent connection of a TV station and a newspaper organization and all in one. So this is quite interesting, and if you're there, you should know that this is quite new for Germany. And Axel Springer, the big enterprise, they tried to buy the SAT one, but it was not allowed because they said it's getting something media control which is too big. So they were not allowed to buy the SAT, but the small N24, which was really like under 1%, they were allowed to do so. And now they are producing the films. They are broadcasting as well, but not many people are looking at it. But they are the Springer newspapers and homepages that are used in the films. And as you know, that internet is always more interesting if you can see films. All the newspapers try to get some films done, so this fit really good together. It's quite interesting to see how that goes together and how that will develop. This is quite recent.
Actually, because it's totally different in Egypt about like how to watch a channel as a Egyptian, because you are having English and then the channel will be open free. You are not paying money. So I need actually to know how the subscription base to subscription as a German citizen, how you are watching TV, how much you are paying monthly for each channel.
You only pay for the ARD and the ZDF, which is the public one, and you pay like 15 euros, 15 a month, something between 15 or 20. I think we got like 20, yeah, 20. And this is a fee that you have to pay. If you look at it or not, and this is always a huge discussion because people who are only looking at private ones, they say, because why do I have to pay? I don't look at it. I don't like it.
Everybody's paying for that?
Everyone's paying for that. This is different. And this is the form how the public sector is financed. Almost 80.
They don't have advertisement.
They do, but this is also regulated. The public sector has like 83% of its money comes from this radio and TV. We'll see that later. I've got the figures and you can see how much that is.
And just channels are broadcasting like, sorry, it's not a technical question, but I need to know via like earth station or if they are connecting via cables to reach the home.
Yeah, you get both of them. You get the cable ones and you've got the satellite systems.
Okay.
And you get with the digitalization, it's always getting a bit more because the lines are thinner and you can put more programs into it. So we have seen a vast opening of the sector programs that you have.
The one channel right now are high definition.
Yes, most. No. All the big ones are in high definition.
Okay.
Do public criticize the government?
Yes. They do. Everyone does.
Madam, I have a question regarding the advertising that's regulated in the public sector broadcasting. Who regulates it? The federal states or the government overall? The German, each federal state has different laws regarding the advertising or the government?
Each on the ERD.
Yeah,
each media authority of the State Department has their own regulations, but they are in a way
coordinating together,
quite similar to each other. And the organization, for example, you will see that later on, the public station, they are allowed to do advertising, but only in a short manner, so that they because they are financed like 83% by this fee, which everyone has to pay. But with this fee also comes an educational duty, so they're more restricted in what they show, how they show, and I think the advertising hours late afternoon to until the news ends almost.
These 20 euros, they're the same all of the federal states or is different from the state?
20
euros, 20 euros per month.
It's always
the same in all.
They must pay them? Yeah, everyone must pay that.
What if I don't want to?
That's a huge question. Some people say so. It is the philosophy that I try to explain. We have a framework which is regarding media systems as an important tool to organize society, to organize different opinions, and therefore the Constitution says we have this framework, we have a public sector which provides the people of Germany with good information, deep information, and then you have got the public, the private ones, which do more entertainment than the others. But they are also restricted, they have to show also some news, but sometimes it's just like...
You mean the private and the public channels which we pay the monthly subscription to are not provided?
No, these are the public ones, not the private ones.
The public ones, I'm asking, are they not providing any entertainment current, so people are not watching it, or why they are not?
They are not providing.
Why people are not watching the public channels?
Because they are free people. They can watch whatever they want.
The
World Cup, yeah, of course, with the money they got, it's World Cup or most of the soccer you can see it's always a competition between the big private ones and the big public ones, and they offer they have a competition towards the FIFA, the World Soccer Union, to get the rights to show them in Germany.
And only the public channels have the channels who have the right to transmit Bundestag live transmission or
no, it's free to all. No. It's more a sport, which is football, because Germany's football country. we're champions of the world right now, and
I mean that when, for example, the parliament, German parliament is discussing like the budget or discussing like
it's
how
all
like
it's all every channel can show the seat of music. But for example, what I wanted to say is with the soccer, the public stations try to get people back because only ARD and ZDF until now only they have the rights to show the World Cup sport.
you know that they became familiar last World Cup in Egypt because are getting by European national subscription they have to watch the World Cup.
And the private ones always try to do so, but until now the public sector always get more money on the table.
I have a question, but it is out of subject. Do you have any religious practice in Germany?
Any religious party? The Christian Democratic Union? We call it a religious party.
It is religious. Isn't this
The tradition of the other one? No. The SPD?
CDU is
Christian Democrat.
is Christian.
George was asking because in Egypt, our
It's not allowed.
we're not allowed to create
religious practice because it messes up minds. They mix religion with politics. That's not right. So in Germany, it's okay.
It's okay.
But does that mean we talk about religion and mix it with
I
politics?
was talking about the campaign and the small parties who were the rights to show their movies. There was one movie called, one party called Partei der Christen, a very Christian extremist party. And you've got the right to do so, of course.
For example, if there is a German citizen who is a Muslim or a Jewish, can he or she join the CDU?
There are Muslims. I have done some portraits of Muslims in the CDU. It's very fun. And there is one really thing, if you're, I'm going to go to some Berlin's place. Because right now we have the mayor, who's called Klaus Wobereit, and who has resigned. He said, until I will step down. And he's from the SPD, from the Social Democratic. So now we've got 3 people in the Social Democratic Party which want to get the job, and the Social Democrats have to decide in 2 weeks. And one of them is really interesting. It's a Palestinian. He's born in Ramallah and raised in Berlin. He's called Hai Saleh, and he's like me, 37, and he could be the first European mayor with a Muslim origin, which is really interesting.
And does this bother CDU, something like this, the Muslim control of Berlin, being the mayor now?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
My point is, in CDU, they talk about religion.
Yes,
And
you get, I have done a portrait of a man living in Erlangen, which is in the southern part, which is very Christian, in Bayern, and he's a Muslim, and he's in the Christian community.
Yeah, and they can say that Christians are the best and we are the chosen ones and they go talk.
It's more, they get, it's not really like the World Cup. The Christian community doesn't say Christians are the best. They've got more the values. And this man, he's a Turkish, he's also very conservative, and the Christian Academy is very conservative party. So they meet their values. And in Germany, even the Christian Democratic Union, they are open to other religion. There's a freedom of religion in Germany, and the only thing that we have now is the extremists, but I wouldn't call them religious people, the jihadists. For me and for a lot of Germans, they are not religious people, they are fanatic people. And you've got a discussion right now about how to keep them in country so that they can go to train for jihad, Syria or Afghanistan, wherever. But really, religion, really, because I think they are completely not religious. They are doing it for their own because most of the people who went to the jihad from Germany were people who had not a chance or who were weak and got upgraded in a way by being a big man and trying to go into war and things like that. But for me, it's not religious thing. I don't believe in faith. It's a bit, but I think the discussion in Germany is quite more open than it is in Egypt. As what I can see from the blog.
Because we had the same thing in Egypt, we had the Muslim Brotherhood, and we always went around saying that it's okay to be Christian, it's okay to have problems with Jews, but inside them, that wasn't the case at all.
I think
it's totally different.
I think the Christian Democratic community is more liberal. You know, you've got of course, all the parties have their wings, and you've got a very wide wing, but it is a small one. Under Merkel, it had become even smaller. Some people say that Merkel, which is from the CDU, the Académie, is the best chancellor that the SPD ever had. So she took lots of parts of the politics of the Social Democratic Party to her own party. It's not very surprising that the SPD under the Chancellor Merkel and the CDU had diminished in a way.
It was not normal. Maybe this have never happened that, for example, the CDU during the propaganda of elections, they say to the citizen, if you are really a Christian or a good Christian, you should choose us because of what you believe.
And you've got Christians in the SPD as well.
That extent, not like
religion doesn't play that big part. And in the eastern part, which was separated under the communist authority, religion was put down, really put down. So now in the eastern parts, you get lots of people. The church doesn't have big influence. The CDU has big influence there as well. So you see, it's overlaid in some parts, but not at all. And they don't play that role. They don't play that part. You're Christian, you voters.
There are no fears of growing this influence of the CDU over other parties?
From the other parties, yes. From the CDU, no. For the last 16 years, yes.
16. For the kind of issue like how to order will chase ISIS in Iraq. For example, how the media in Germany are dealing with this case, like CDF, RJ and RTL, for example, how to treatment the ISIS? We are well support US calling for basic ISIS, and we are I'm not talking about this body, I'm talking about Thais and Tom and journalists, figures, journalists. Or we are not supporting US because it's not our war, it's enough, we are not basic ISIS.
There are some critical voices, but I would say the most part is the mainstream part, which says what they are doing there is crucial and what we have to do is acting right now. But I don't think that the Germans would stand behind the German Bundeswehr, the army, to go into that too deep. But the news programs, they cover it like they try to not to comment too much on it, but it is, I think, mainstream that what the US does is exciting. But there are also reports saying that or criticizing Obama, who went out of Iraq, now has to get into it again. And have critics.
But
there is no one saying on TV that we don't have to do that. We mustn't do that. I haven't seen it before.
They're meeting the treatment more than cover the issue as actually we have to follow US decision, or it's our German issue to protect our citizens, to not increase tourism. I need to know exactly how we are dealing as a treatment, which angles we are dealing with covering the issue. Are first countries like Denmark, like Germany, like France, like British are supporting US decisions, so we are dealing as the Germans are following US.
They are supporting, but I think it's not that they are thinking about trying to prevent or save Germans there. The discussion comes back to Germany right now with the jihadists, as I mentioned. Because now we are discussing if there is a jihadist in Germany, because we've got the Secret Service who are surveying those people, and there was one, we know that this guy wants to go to train for jihad in Syria. The CDU, for example, wants to put a stamp on his passport so that he can't go back. He can't go out. Because they're afraid of those people coming back
Yes.
and doing things here.
Which is the long experience we have seen several times, one time after another, starting from Afghanistan to Albania to Syria.
Luckily, until now, Germany hasn't faced real terror acts here in Germany. There have been several. Says it has hindered some people, but we haven't had like that in the United States. So the discussion is on another ground, like it is in another country. But the critics, there are critics on how the US does. There have been more critics, for example, on how the United States use their drones in Pakistan and Afghanistan, how they kill without trial. I mean, normally it's if you judge someone being a terrorist, you have to give them a trial before a judge, not just kill him. He could be not a terrorist.
German parliament will find standing waivers to not that. Well, that's not.
Yeah, but not using drones like the Americans does. But these things are very for the press. I think the nation in Germany is it's okay to get that.
It's fair, but it's a German decision. Actually, one way is asking myself how the media in Germany, how they are thinking with the German citizen, because our Germany is a real follower to US in US decisions. Towards us, from the high angle,
not
yes,
really.
Not all European countries are US.
I mean, you have sovereign country, and we are supporting some things, and we're like we had the chancellor of the SPD, we had Schröder, who said when the United States went to Iraq in 2001. He said, "I'm not convinced. What you're doing is I won't support it." So it's depending on the government. Angela Merkel is not someone saying those huge words or putting herself into those huge conflicts. She's trying to get it done behind the scenes, more or less. And she's not someone who's standing in focus and putting out decisions. So this, what she really is supporting of the United States or not is always difficult to say.
Okay, I have a question about the Crimean crisis. Because the German has about the German point of view or the problem. And I think it doesn't matter with the people point of view or the people really against the CDU or it's not that it's a very difficult with Russia about the Ukrainian issue, and then it also with the Western power. But now Germany has taken that side. Also it is coverage specifically in the Ukrainian issue, DW or any other news agency doesn't cover that crisis with an objective point. It doesn't coverage rather than the coverage for IS threats in the Middle East.
I'm working as a journalist for DW, and I think we are objective reporting on the Ukrainian crisis.
Yes.
There are other stations. We had this. We were talking about the conflict. The latest conflict. It's just 3 days ago or 4 days ago that the biggest German, not the biggest. The Tagesschau has a magazine in the late evening, which is called Tagesthemen, and they had a report in Ukraine saying 2 people were killed, and really saying they killed by the Russian rebels. And now 3 days ago, they have to apologize because and they did so. They went presenting the stage saying we have to apologize. Broadcast it was 2 months ago, something like that. It was wrong. We are sorry for that, but it was a mistake. So it's really a struggle with Ukraine. That's right. With Russian.
That's what I always said. Might not be basically all the German people about the jihadists that may go there and come. Even the ideology from Germany or the Ukrainian choice. I think there is horrible.
I don't know. I mean, Chancellor Merkel is one of the Europeans who is always talking with politics. There is no politics. I'm not a big Merkel fan, not at all. But she's trying to balance. But then you get in the European Union, you get those countries like Poland or Letland, Lithuania, who were under the occupation of the Soviet Union. And you get people who are afraid of what President Putin is doing. Like he get the Crim for nothing. He just went there, sent troops without flags, and get the Crim. And they are afraid of what he's going to do next. So there are in the European Union, in the eastern parts, several countries who are really afraid of what's going on. In Germany, you get a lot of people outside the media system who are afraid of a new war between Germany or the European Union and Russia. And now we have to see. I mean, we've got a new NATO general who is called Stoltenberg from Norway, who was anti-NATO at his youth and the leftist, and now he's the head of the NATO. So these are times which are really interesting.
And the UNESCO spaces in Eastern Europe.
And he's also from Norway, which is directly neighbor of Russia, and we'll see. No, Norway goes. You get Finland, Sweden, Norway, Norway is. Should we have a break? Yes, I think so. To get some fresh air inside.
وانا حامل زوم.
شريف وبدير بيدوروا على صيدلية مش عارف شو عايز يجيب. في حاجة كنت عايز أقولها ليكني دعوة على هو الأسبوع. الدعوة دي فيها إيه؟ الدعوة دي واحد من الفريق عايز يعمل خروج يعمل مشروع وإيه شفيق يعملوا ستيرز وأنا هعرضه أنا أقول لهم كده بقى حسين كويس يعني يمكن حاجات لو عملنا حاجة أصلا بيرحبوا جدا فاللي هو يا ريت نعمل حاجة يا ريت نعمل حاجة. رحت عملت رحت الميتنجز بصراحة في مين بقى؟ في دين لو قال لي هيبقى يمشي معاكم عادي وانا هاخدكم وانا مش هتنقص. اوكي؟ نزلت مش قلقان من الريسيرش بقى كتير. النهارده عايزين نشوف معانا التسليم. انا تعبت. هنشوف مين حتى مين وياسمين يخلصوا. أنا أتصور
لسه معايا.
يلا قدمي بقى. مش واخده نيوز بريزنت او حاجه كده توك شو بريزنتنج. قدمي انا بسجل. قدمي
المركز الثقافي الاسباني. discussion on my music.
أعتقد؟ أنا صار؟ لا ده
بس نحن هنقص كل الكلام ده.
أيوة طبعا. لا بجد.
ماشي.
راح نصارع برضه.
أنت ساكت مع الكاميرا؟
جو اسلام
Here some of them are already digitalized. This one is ZDF digital channel that you can't see via TV, or if you get a satellite one, you see where you go ahead, as well as those, or this one. These are all digital channels. And you can see there has really been development. And before we go see what privatization means, what I wanted you to show is the beginning, the real birth of the private channel. In 1984, RTL started its broadcasting with this one. So this is really from...
traditionnel avec tout de même un rendez-vous nouveau, le toquet à 18h20. Avec nos chefs, nous proposons une recette très
French at the beginning in Luxembourg, and then they moved over to Cologne. RTL is now in Cologne. It's got a really, really huge TV station with all the studios and everything in Cologne. But in 1984, this is the second February. They have shown this was the first thing people saw on RTL, and it was put a bit entertaining in a way that the new channel was born. As you can see, they were talking with they're talking about the baby which is going to be born, and is it normal, or is it a hard birth, or should we help? Is it too early or not too early? And we're all talking about private TV stations, so I will skip that a bit so that you can see until the point that the baby is born. So this was really a birth of private. He was talking about too much public pressure could damage the kids, the baby. So it's always referring it to the monopoly of the public sector. And it's always funny. One says, I have to go on the toilet. One says, no. Here it is, RTL, the baby, private. This is virtual private. So it was really literally.
Wenn Sie mich so nett fragen, liebes Kind, natürlich nicht.
That was the beginning of RTL, 2nd January, private radio, TV in Germany. RTL is part of the RTL Group, and the biggest shareholder is Bertelsmann, which is I had to look it up, but it is the 8th big. It's the biggest media company in Europe and the 8th biggest in the world. So this is really huge. Staying behind the channel, and they've got 9% of RTL. It's also got 36% of RTL2, which is a channel showing kids movies and older movies, and only entertaining, nothing more. Super RTL is more comics for kiddies and also only entertaining. And Vox, they are showing the older American movies, older, I mean 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. So, but RTL has also the now oldest anchor, news presenter, Peter Klöppel, how he's called. He's presenting the news on RTL from the beginning, not right from the beginning, but he's now presenting for 22 years. There's no one in the public sector doing this that often, and he received one of the most important awards for journalists in Germany, for his dealing with the 11th of September in the United States. He was in the studio for 7 to 9 hours and reporting. The way was much better than the way, for example, the R&D did or the ZDF. So we received this award. For all the private ones, RCL is the one most engaged in news for the private one. But they have different criteria for presenting the news or organizing the news programs than the public ones do. So we'll see that later. The second one, which was the first one starting, it was one day early on the 1st of January, Sat.1. Now it was in Media AG. In 2002, the biggest owner was Leo Killer. He was an owner of lots of movie rights, but he had to he went bankrupt and he had to sell. And from then on, the media company had several changes the last 15 years. There was Hans the Man, I think he stayed until 2006 or something like that. That was, I mentioned it earlier, Axel Springer, the second biggest German news or media house, tried to buy it in 2005, but there is a control mechanism in Germany who's watching over monopolies. And they said with this, if Axel Springer bought as Media AG, it would be too big. It would be too influent the other ones, so it was not allowed that he would buy. And then the investors consortium came in 2008, and they were moving from Munich to Berlin, and now from Berlin back to Munich. So this is the second biggest one, but it had a very not a strict developing history like RTL. After the start of the public, private sector, the public one was influenced by them as well. They have seen the private ones. They were like, we have seen this birth thing. They experimented more with TV. They have shown shows that you never see on the TV in Germany before. And after that, this get wider and wider. Also the public sector got bigger. You've got Kaiser, which is a cultural co-production between Germany, Austria and Switzerland. So they in Germany it's the ZDF and parts of BRD. Which produce together very cultural programs. You can see theater, documentaries, and things like that. They've got, if someone's interested in a cultural news program, they've got a good one. It's called Kulturzeit. It's every evening, and it's like a news program, but always depending on cultural issues. Quite interesting. We've got Arte, my second channel, which is a co-production between Germany and France. Also very cultural and with a quite big gap between the viewer shares in France. We've got between 3 and 4% viewers. In Germany, you get nearly 1%. So that's a big difference. Very cultural, lots of reports, documentaries, theater, cinema, movies, which are artists also co-producing movies. If you go to the cinema and you watch high-class movies which are not coming from the United States, but are more art house, yeah, thanks, that's the word I was searching. And you always find at the end co-produced by RT. So they are really into cultural programs. And you've got something in Germany, which is Phoenix. Sometimes they just show what you asked. They show things from the Bundestag. if there are huge debates, they can put it on and you can just watch it, and you can really watch it, and then after some minutes someone is trying to help understand. They are showing documentaries as well. In the evening they've got one show which is called Waltى, which is nearly 1 hour looking at the day in a deeper way. For 1 hour for 6 to 8 topics, and then you're really into it. Because it's not like a Tagesschau where you get for each topic 2 to 3 minutes or 1 to 3 minutes. You get like 10 minutes each topic and experts in the studio explaining things. Then you've got the children's program, Kika, which means Kinderkanal, children's channels. It's also a co-production between API and ZDF. They get news for kids as well, really good ones. And the way they do the news, I mean, they have to explain it to children. They have to make it much more easier to understand. And I find it very, very interesting how they do so, because we're from DW, we have a bit the same problem, because we are dealing with an audience which is abroad in Germany, which is not deep into the discussions we have. For example, the Tagesschau, they can talk about things in Germany without explaining them, because some things are known. But we, as the foreign broadcaster, we have to explain everything. We can't use words that the Tagesschau uses. And I think that the children's program use is really beautiful for us to make it even simpler. When I train journalists, I always tell them that one of the most important things to do is this KISS, keep it short and simple. This is the best way to do news. Deutsche Welle, sorry, my station that you all know. Deutsche Welle is concerning the financial organization apart from the public sector, because the public sector is largely financed by this fee we were talking about. Deutsche Welle is not. Deutsche Welle is receiving tax money, so we are paid by the state. And it's the Bundestag who has to decide how much money we will have to organize our work. And it's almost
There is a question here now, okay. The finance is coming from the Bundestag.
From the tax money.
Yes, under the decision of the Bundestag.
Yes.
Who hires and who fires the head of the Deutsche Welle, for example, and this kind of
not the Bundestag,
government?
But an organization where you find politics, people from churches, unions.
It has a council.
A council. So there's no direct influence from the government towards this. And we have a new director.
Like the jury system. Like the jury the system of judges, the hierarchy of judges. In Germany, it has the same council.
No, more in a way of getting like the media authorities, which I was talking about in the federal state. We've got a bit of a small Germany inside. We've got Christian churches, we've got unions, interest groups like, for example, the Bible groups, things like that. Most of them are in the decision part of Deutsche Welle's heading. Most of them are politicians, but there are also people from other interesting groups. The interesting thing is that we are now having, since 1 year, a director who's coming from the private TV station, who was doing the news for SAT1, which I was showing, which I would judge being even more superficial than the news. If you look at the private news shows, the one on particular are the best, the one SAT1 was very superficial. And he is now the head of the director of Deutsche Welle, really much changes coming. So you could say what's happening. Okay, financial situation. Private sector, it's clear they have to do advertising to organize their work. All the money that they can use is coming from advertising. That's why you see more advertising from the whole day, during the whole day. Only advertising. And sponsoring and things like that.
The amount of the money behind funding, spending only on ads.
Only on advertising, yeah. There's no money from the state going to the private sector.
Yeah, but how to see the real founders, the owners of the channels, in order to invest, so there might be any perspective from that channel.
It is. I mean, you've got a real distinction between the public sector, which has a educational, informational duty, and the private companies, which are companies producing a product to sell it. They want to make money. They don't do the shows and things to inform. They want to do things to get money. So they earn the money with advertising. That's why they have to look at the viewers rate much more than the public one has. And that is also leading to another organization of the news. For example, RTL, which really, I think they are doing good news, but they would maybe start with other topics than Tagesschau or Heute as a DFS. For the public sector, the news program is clearly starting with the most important topic. For the other ones, it's more starting with the one which touches the most people. Because they have to get the viewers rate, to then go with the viewers rate to the advertising partners and say, we are the biggest market player, so you could give us your advertising and we can sell you for
the big company that made the RTL advertisement, but it doesn't need a big or a renewable project like RTL in order to gain more money. They have their own business and has their money, so they want to sell the order. Okay, but I think it's about making money from a very successful renewable.
As a journalist and a trainer, I can say that the training of journalists is always helpful because sometimes information is not that good. In some countries it's better, in others still some efforts to make. But for me personally, I always like it when I get back to the point of our work as journalists, the role, the perception of back, look at my work, look what I do, because the role of a journalist is crucial for society. He has the duty to control the powers, it has the duty to inform the society, and it has to do that well organized, well educated. So training of journalists is always a very good idea. Because I don't know the situation of the media training in Egypt or in the Middle East. What the trainers of the Ouna Academy should do is keep in mind how important their role is, how important the role of the trainers is, how important the role of journalism is for society. And if you've got that in mind, then training of young journalists is more responsible and more effective. I'm sorry, but I don't know. Oh no, I have not.
مش ما ينفعش.
ليه؟
اصل هي مهيسة ما ينفعش. ايه الضلمة دي؟ مش عارف هما قالوا مش عايزين اتصور.
بثواني وانا متقدمة الوقت.
دي المصيبة. ايوه. مش معاهم باشا.
جهات العرب كده
ما تبصيش.
عادي يعني. مش مقصود. طيب.
Have a look at that. Okay, I don't know how familiar you are with the German media landscape. So, ZDF German Television is one of the major public broadcasters here in Germany. If you're familiar with, let's say, BBC, I think you're comfortable to what they do. We have 16 offices in Germany and 19 offices around the world. Revenue of €2 billion. In Germany, people, it's nice. The beauty of it, everybody who lives in a household, every household in Germany has to pay a fee, a monthly fee. It's not a tax, it's a fee, meaning this money has to go to this purpose only of providing public products in Germany. But that money, if you were imagining yourself to live in Germany, you have to pay €18 a month. What do you get for it? You get a number of TV stations that air nationwide networks, a number of radio stations, and networks. Now, ZDF is one of the major broadcasters who run a number of channels in Germany that air nationwide, a major network, a major channel, and a couple of digital outlets, smaller ones that you might, if you're familiar with the US, let's say something like CNBC or MSNBC or C-SPAN, for instance, things that only air things that are related to what happens in Direct, that only deals with everything in politics. So that's our basically our daily business. And I think what might be of interest to you is two issues we're constantly dealing with. One is the striking the right balance, finding the right balance between quality versus ratings. You could ask yourself, okay, if you're a public broadcaster, do you have to worry about ratings at all? Do you have to cater to the public taste? Or can't you just produce really high-end, highfalutin cultural and political programs? Of course we could do that, but every morning we get the numbers of what people have watched the previous evening and what they didn't watch. And everybody who tells you, yeah, I'm interested in really nice, high-value documentaries dealing with political affairs, I'm not interested in entertainment at all, is basically just lying. So if we're going towards that end, it would be a problem for us. If we only do the highbrow, cultural, political programming, the number of viewers became fairly small. So those are the two, ends of the stick that we have to work. We have to try to cater to both sides. And of course, that leads to political programming and the other guys entertain themselves. So now let's do the more entertaining side that caters to the masses, that brings in the whole number. A whole lot of people. So what we try is to strike a balance and say we try to do both and have, for instance, our network decided to throw a lot of money around soccer, World Cup, for instance, or Olympic Games or something, whatever, in those very high-profile international sports affairs, you can see that on our network. Of course, our commercial competitors would say, hey, why don't you use your fee for that? I mean, that's not fair. You get all that money, you can buy all those rights, you can bid up the rights, and then you just buy them off the market, collect a huge number of ratings, a high number of ratings with that, and that's unfair. Okay, that's their argument. We would say that we can provide a good sports coverage, and with that we can attract a mass audience, and then afterwards, if we do political programming, these folks might stick around and watch what we do in terms of news, in terms of you get a line that shows you how many people tuned into the program and how many people you lost. And as soon as, for instance, the one that showed you mentioned something like the Israeli-Palestine conflict, boom, the number of viewers would drop. Why? Because they would know, okay, Israel, Palestine, people throwing rocks at one another, no hope, no change, no whatever, it's a story that I want to watch. So the number would drop. The very second you mentioned that conflict, boom, lose 500,000 viewers. Now, within our board would have to be reduced. and other groups of society that are important players in society would have to get a bigger share within the board to basically have oversight over what we do. Because we do get public money, so to speak, they have to check, which is a good thing, I think. They check that we spend the money more or less, hopefully more wisely, don't abuse the money, and that our programming is up to the standards that we have to deliver. But here there is a point where every now and then interests could clash, because if you want to, let's imagine you're a hierarchy member within our network, you run the network, and you know you have to be elected by these guys. You might be tempted to cater to their tastes, you might be tempted to cater to their political side or whatever, and we try to balance it by, the point for us, I think, is, speaking for myself, I think the highest value, the highest good we have is our credibility with the audience. And I think we would lose our credibility with the audience if we were catering to one political side, or if we were leaning towards one political side. The audience, I think, is smarter than we very often give credit for, and folks do notice if you are biased towards one side. And if we lose our credibility, I think we could just stop broadcasting, so it wouldn't make sense. People wouldn't watch us, people wouldn't believe us. So, but that is a conflict of interest, and how we handle that on a daily basis. Here in Berlin, for instance, from time to time, politicians would complain about certain things, and well, we look into it because they want to cater to that crowd, because these guys have money and can still form their tastes, so they cater to these guys, and they would produce news shows that would be high interest to, let's say, a young audience that likes gossip and whatever. And of course, they have professional standards. But don't forget, they exist to make money. And that's, and it's not
because you don't have fun.
It's a business. Yes, it's a business. Meaning, the first thing they cut when there's an economic problem on the business side is that very expensive reporting and are those things. That's why they don't have all these offices around the world. That's why they do not have, like we do, a show, a primetime show that only deals with international current affairs. Go to RTL or to other commercial competitors, try to find background stories from, I don't know, Israel, Palestine, Ukraine. Ukraine would be okay right now because it's a hotspot, an international hotspot. And that's something that people are interested in.
It's a Ukraine because out of like my German friends saying that right now we are in the different situation because we report wrongly from Ukraine.
Everybody does it. We did for a while. I mean, it's very intense. There are a lot of reporters there, of course. And if the Germans now send drones with the USCE, for instance, to try to translate the bill again, and they report even more. If there's international hotspots, of course, commercial stations will do it too. But try to find background stories where there is no international crisis. For instance, from certain countries and commercial stations, you won't find them because you don't have the number of viewers that you need to make it commercially viable. And so that's why we stay away from them. We don't cooperate with them on major international events. I mean, they're our competitors. We want to beat them.
We've covered like the last German elections briefly, not in detail. How many SME, how many offices, how many states?
A lot. Federal elections. We do in the months before the elections, we would do a gazillion stories on different issues. Do parties address the different issues. We would have debate formats, special formats for debating where we invite major parties to participate. We would do a lot of background reporting.
Sorry, debate with audience or?
Some with the audience, some not. We do a lot of regular shows, we invite people to interviews, we do a lot. We have our own polling that we provide every other week, and then in election time we do more, very nuanced and everything. So at 6 p.m. on election night when the polling stations close, our guys are pretty good at calling the shots, telling who might have gotten how many votes and everything, because they put a lot of money, a lot of effort into that. Then on election night we have we cover the whole thing for hours and hours.
So during the voting hour, I'm sorry, how many, for example, SNG in which federal state in Germany, how are you covering the German outside?
Everything that's relevant everywhere. Dozens.
So do you think that BDF making the best coverage of German elections? Your point of view, actually, as a journalist?
I think we're trying to do a pretty good job, and I think it's comprehensive. And if you stick with that network on that evening, you do see all the major political players. You do see a team of very competitive, very professional reporters and producers. I'm not in a position to say, yeah, we're number one, we're the best, or anything. I don't know. We're usually doing pretty good. We're doing on election night. It's a very the machine. Now let's say ARD, which is composed of a number of regional stations. Of course, they have issues when they go to different states because they don't have the same crew everywhere. But we, as just mainly and purely national channel, we have the same crew traveling everywhere for each regional election and then covering the federal election. It's the same people. They have a great deal of routine. They have a staff, and we have a staff that covers these things again and again and again. We have contracts with all the major political players and parties. If we want to meet them, if we want something for them, we can grab our cell phone, either call the guys or we send them a text. And we do have the resources for everything. We would on election night have lives from, I don't know, 15, 20 different positions. Today's visit, but I can, what could I say? I don't know your agency. I can do a testimony for it or do an ad for a private thing or so. Why don't you go there? You ask me a question, I answer to you. What do you think? Why don't you sit next to it? I look at you, ask me a question, I'll answer it. Do a testimonial for an organization I don't know. I don't know. I don't know you guys. I can. Okay. I think it was nice that you guys stopped by and asked a lot of critical questions because I guess that asking critical questions is. What we try to do here is trying to put out good journalism. So if you want to do good journalism in your country, you should start by asking critical questions. What I found interesting was that obviously some of you guys have a different view on the extent that government should interfere with media. We believe that government should not have a role and should not interfere with the coverage and what independent journalists do. We feel that independent journalism is very important for an independent society. So if you want to walk down that path, if you want to do independent reporting in your country, I guess that is something that's highly productive and highly useful for establishing democracy in your region. That's too much. If you want to do, if you want to do testimonial for a school.
Yeah, live to
Also our big morning show. And for example, the TV show Thomas Wolde, it's his talk show, and he has some famous politicians here and makes interviews.
screens or will they fit
Yes, I
mine?
do. No, it doesn't look like that.
What is this?
And well, if you go outside, if you say hello and what do you think about it, and then they are on the screen, they give you an answer. Yes, it's out. We say teleprompter.
Teleprompter.
Yes.
Teleprompter.
Yes. Teleprompter. No? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, we say prompter.
Und Autocue ist
Let's go.
Let's go.
خلاص؟
What are the times of the meeting? The meeting is weekly or 2
When members of parliament have to be present and then they have sittings here. 22 sitting rooms per year. And the rest of the year is not holidays. The rest of the year the members of parliament spend in their constituencies in whole Germany.
Du willst noch schlafen.
Hier bist du. Ich bin hier. Then Rainer Finke will join us. He is head of foreign sales, and he will give information about the international activities of ETA. Maybe you know that ETA is providing news not only in German, but also in 3 other languages, which are English, Spanish, and Arabic. Is anybody working for a company that is also...
No.
Maybe you will get, for sure you will get information on our services in English and Arabic by Dr. Michael Ludewig, Deputy Editor-in-Chief and Head of Foreign After the final business, we will have a guided tour of our movement, and then we will get back. And I know that you are mostly interested in our video activities, and another colleague.
Interest groups, or whoever might have interest in using a news agency for the purpose of influencing the media. Because, of course, news agencies who supply media with content, multimedia content, text, whatever, are forming the media landscape. Have a strong impact on what media are covering. Therefore, since news agencies exist, it's always been very interesting. Governments somehow influencing what news agencies are doing. Therefore, only very few countries like Germany have the privilege to have an independent media news agency. The German news agency market is quite competitive still, although just in the past years, 2 competitors left the market here in Germany. And now we have the German services of AFP and Reuters here on the market. And AFP is also running a sports news agency specialized on sports coverage, which is and besides this, we have a couple of smaller news agencies, for instance, the 2 churches, Protestant and Catholic Church. They have their own small news agencies which are mainly focused on social issues, and we do not really regard them as competitors. About 2 years ago, a major competitor here left the market in Germany against EPA. So we had a couple of years with a very intensive competition, which finally we didn't lose. This is ownership. The rest of the ownership away from that. These indications are newspaper publishers, are broadcasters, media companies, and none of them is allowed to own more than 1.5%. So this is also a regulation in order to secure the independence of our coverage. Of course, we are working for our clients. These shareholders are also our clients. What they expect us is not annual profit, the dividend to pay. No, they expect us to deliver quality media content to their teams to enable them to deliver quality products to their clients. That's our purpose. Unreasonable price, of course, but in this competition situation which we had a couple of years ago, of course we realized that the support of our owners, who are also our clients, was very, very important to stabilize our news agency as an independent source of news.
Some years you suffered some losses?
We had a couple of years with losses, but this was mainly because in that situation we also invested a lot in the modernization of our organization. Our objectives are, most important is the final phrase, unbiased and independent coverage. Independent of influence of third parties, political parties, ideological, social groupings, business, finance, lobbyists, governments. Independent of all this. This is part of our constitution. It is in our statute as a company, and it is part of the labor contract.
I can say that I have never had any
Also, part of our policy that we do what we can to defend this independence by, for instance, regulations like we don't let anybody invite us. And if journalists stand firm with such principles, usually the other side will accept our position. That's our experience.
Question, what you may hear influence of third parties like political parties, ideological, social, business, lobbies, this kind of things. Those influences happen here in so I expected that this happens somehow in Germany, but maybe because there are some non-profit organizations like PBA, like CDF, like governmental media protection, because they can control it by balancing. There is always a strong competitor that is not looking for.
You know that in some countries, of course, business groups or political groups are having direct influence on social media. In Germany, we have a system which is working quite well. Newspapers are in the hand of private companies, publishing companies. They have, of course, business interests. They want to sell their products to reach their readership. They do not
the conditions in the market, not directly said, but making the market in general in their interest, in conditions that help.
I can compare this situation needed. What I want to say is publishers in Germany have an interest in publishing newspapers. Maybe they have a political position, but they want to reach a readership, to address a readership, which maybe doesn't share their opinion. So it's wise not to be too biased in the political orientation or direction of your newspaper or whatever it is. We have private television and radio companies who have the same business policy, running successful TV channels or radio channels. regarding the public system of ARD and ZDF. Of course, we have discussion about the influence of political parties in the boards of these institutions. There's constant discussion about that since these organizations exist. And this discussion of influence is part of the checks and balances which we have in our legal system. So in general, one can say our situation as journalists is compared to the situation in most other countries of the world, privileged. We at DPA feel privileged that our situation is even, or our position is even a little bit stronger than most other media. Because we have this independence in our constitution and in our labor law. So for us, of course, it is important and it's part of our journalistic ethics to support colleagues who are not allowed. Yes, there are other countries where it's even a little bit more dangerous. Let's say, as far as I remember, Pakistan is currently the most dangerous country for journalists, as far as I remember. So, yeah, it's a struggle. And I can only say I congratulate you for your decision to learn this profession. Here we have a couple of figures. This is maybe information that you can also find. So we can look at financial figures. We have a small, nice surplus, which is in terms of business, that's our small, big profit. Small surplus and the ability to invest in the development of our work, in the modernization of our college. Important for me as I'm the head of our international network, we have about 100 offices abroad. We produce services in English, Spanish, Arabic and German. We are competing there, of course, with news agencies who are supported by their government. Very respected democratic countries, of course, let's say like France, have news agencies which are mainly financed, a big part financed by their respective governments. For AFP, for instance, This means to us, of course, that we are poor but independent.
There is no German agency that's financed by the government? Zero.
This is, of course, the advantage. Pull them together here to Berlin in 2010 and formed this research which you will see later in the possibility. We have 12 regional offices and 7 regional desks. We have more than 16 offices in Germany, very small one, with just one correspondent and quite
and big ones like in Frankfurt and Hamburg, in Düsseldorf, in Munich.
And Washington for Spanish service in Madrid and Buenos Aires. And our Arabic service is produced in Cairo. So we have a big office in Gaza City. I don't know. And I'll be there in 2 weeks.
We'll meet you there.
So, let's switch a little bit back to this chart here. The CEO is not superior to the chief editor. Chief editor and CEO are both reporting directly to the board. So we have a balance of power, let's say, to agree on budgets. When it's about money, of course, you have to find a common judgment. Yeah?
But no one tells the other, do that, this makes a lot of money.
We from the editorial side, we would not say to our salespeople, make them a better price or sell our product there. That's their job, and they would never ask us to cover certain stories. It's our decision.
You're just putting your budget in annual budget?
Yeah.
No reviewing each quarter, each month?
Regular reviewing. We have a decentralized budget management. The budget managers are responsible. Of course, we have a constant overview of how they handle their budgets. So if I go to the system now, I can see how, let's say, the budget of the Arabic services currently in this month of October. Well, it stands there. Patient part staffed by people who are citizens of their respective countries. This is also the fact with our correspondence. Of our 200-something correspondents worldwide, only 1/3, less than 1/3 is German citizens. The rest are reporting in English, Arabic or Spanish, and in most cases they are citizens of their respective countries, which is on one side an advantage in very many countries because they are much closer to developments in these countries. And they have the ability to judge which stories will be reported to the world. Protected by a foreign passport. Our experience in certain countries, foreign passport is still a protection. Diplomatic contacts in order to extend the protection.
With up on that market, there is a good chance that when you come up with a combined service and make it very easy for your clients to manage, that they'll like it. They'll say, oh yes, that's easy. Especially when they notice that the choice you do is not from a totally different perspective, but from an intelligent one. So we will try to do that next. And then we'll also very simple way for certain special coverage to discuss with us on our performance. Do they really like it? Because what we are pretty sure is in the future we'll publish. We need to know, when we set up 1,000 texts, the client will use maybe 5 to 20 and more. Working with the demands. Some clients have very special demands, but maybe when a client communicates with us in this semi-public way, window we introduce below. The end user is not visible because the EPA photos fit very well to our text, because often people share the offices. We have all over the world. In Cairo, for instance, we have the EPA people sitting inside our office, so it's natural that the coverage is pretty much closed. So this, and also when we illustrate our services now with top news, for example, with photos, we use EPA photos.
Of the room you have the perfect view. I don't need to be there because I know what's there. So just go to the window and has everybody good sight? Okay. These two horseshoe-like desks, this is our news desk. And this was also an innovation 4 years ago when we moved in this building after we moved to Berlin. We hadn't had such a news desk before because there was a photo desk and audio program. Usually you can identify them by the earphones they're wearing. There's one colleague who's responsible for our online product right now. The lady with the glasses. Hey, sometimes it doesn't happen at all for 3 days in a row. But if there is an unplanned breaking news situation, all those people can gather together at this green desk in the center of the news desk, and we can really take quick decisions. What do we need now? What do we need within the next? We were gathering together at this news desk, and we were deciding what we needed for the rest of the day. We decided to send 3 people to Japan same day with pictures from our international picture agency and our international partners. But we decided also to send our own photographer to Japan the same day. And this is like a newsroom should be. Many people were involved. Not only the leaders of the department were involved, but also many other people.
Wow.
You must keep it good.
Yeah. For the video
Just a second.
I don't see, I mean, it's very difficult. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Always a good opportunity to learn from each other. So we are very happy that people from other countries like Egypt come to our company to see what we can offer, and on the same moment we get an opportunity to learn about your demands and about what you have to offer. So this is a win-win situation for everybody. If you are a journalist, you have always an open horizon. So I think it's not about the basics that we have to talk about here. What we can offer is to present our way of producing news as an independent professional news agency, and to tell you how we judge topics, tell you how we deal with them on an independent, unbiased basis. And I think this is something that you can benefit from. Sorry, I'm not a TV professional, so sorry for that. Okay, my name is Christian Röwekamp. I will give you my business card, by the way. My name is Christian Röwekamp. I'm head of corporate communication here at DPA, Deutsche Presseagentur, Germany, Sweden.
Okay, brochures. Right, first of all, the brochures. Pass some up this way. Everybody needs to get a brochure to find out even more about. Do you speak English?
Yes.
Beginning. My name is Peter Craven. Yeah. Peter Craven. Ask me 10 questions. Find out who I am.
What do you do?
That's not a good question because it's too open.
What do you do in Deutsche?
What do I do at Deutsche Welle? Yeah, well, okay, first thing, I work for Deutsche Welle. Okay, what do I do at Deutsche Welle? I present the journal news program. Maybe 1 week a month, 7, 8 days, 9, maybe. I am a correspondent who stands with a microphone in my hand, normally at the Bundestag, at the German Parliament, reporting on what is happening and trying to make it interesting and explain to people out in the big wide world why what is happening here in Germany is interesting for you in Egypt. Yeah? What you can learn from that, why it might be worth stopping and not zapping onwards and finding out what else is happening, what else is on offer. I also have an interview program, a talk program. Yeah, you like it? Oh, thank you very much. I like it too. It's called Talking Germany. It's a modest format program, but it's quite unusual in the modern world, certainly here in Germany. And certainly in Germany it's unusual. It's 45 minutes long and I sit with one guest. And we talk through their interesting lives and so on and so forth.
Who was your last guest?
My last guest was a man called Klaus Hipp. Now, you might know who he is. Yeah? These are the medium-sized, family-owned companies that do things the German way, which means they try to reinvest their money in the company rather than giving it to their shareholders.
It's sort of like investment banking or private banking?
Yeah, you could say something like that, yeah? It's part of this whole German model of the social market economy. Not everything is market economy, but there is a social component. Yeah, you try to give people a fair deal. He was the last guest. Very interesting man. 75 years old now, and he does not only run a business, he runs an arts festival where he plays an instrument in the orchestra. He is a professor for modern art at Tbilisi University in Georgia, and he's learning, 75 years old, he's learning Georgian at the moment. What a character. Yeah? The other thing that I find interesting is that I'm allowed to work on the news, where we are saying, we've had stories about war in Iraq or war in Syria, or we've had the situation.
Which criteria are relevant for you for choosing the subjects?
You mean on the news agenda?
Yes.
That's a very, very good question because Deutsche Welle is in the middle of a huge debate at the moment, about whether we, so far, Deutsche Welle has been a niche broadcaster. That means we have our appeal, our unique selling point has been that we are a broadcaster from Germany. There's a worldview, which is quite an interesting worldview, which is much more to do with, it's got to do with the Second World War. Who won the Second World War? Who were the good guys? Who won the war against Hitler, the bad guy, clearly a bad guy in international history? And often Anglo-Saxon ways of doing politics, of going to war, of doing diplomacy, of doing news are often about good and bad, which is a decision you make here, or here, but not here, often. Yeah? And I think Deutsche Welle is trying very, very hard to take some German values which correlate with their news values, like constitutionality, like the rule of law, like human rights, like pluralism, and all those things, which mean that you can do news, which is a little bit old-fashioned sometimes because you're still saying, this isn't news that's all sort of what's going to get 100 clicks or a million clicks.
But this is news according to an agenda that is quite rational. My money, interesting word that I say that for my money, for the budget that Deutsche Welle has, which is 271 million euros a year at this point in time, I think Deutsche Welle in so many different languages and having so many different formats is doing a really fantastic job. But it means the vast majority of the people working in the building have to do everything all the time and can't really design a role for themselves. I've been quite lucky that in the last 10-15 years I've been able to do a lot of interviewing, a lot of going out and meeting people, and that's what I like doing. So that's why I've been able to say that's what I want to do, and they say, thank you, you can do that. Or I say, thank you.
Can I ask, when you do those interviews, did it happen, did it occur to you once that the interview failed? So that in the end you said, okay, I don't think I'm going to use it, I can't use this, it didn't work, so I'm not sure whether that's a question to ask. I understand about the hundreds of brilliant interviews, but maybe it's
Well, do you know, my honest answer to that would be that, I mean, there are lots of different criteria for an interview. You know, when you interview somebody, what do you want from that person? Do you want to open a window on what that person does in that person's life? That's sort of a colourful interview. Or is it more are you offering a public service? Is this somebody who has got an interesting office and an interesting point of view on society, so you give them an opportunity to tell that story, or are you challenging somebody? Is somebody going to sit there and tell you things that are in their own interest? And you're going to have to say to them, but that's your point of view, there are other points of view. So there are different criteria. And sometimes I have the feeling that I come out of the interview and think, you had a good idea going into the interview, but it didn't work. And you realised it too late. But it was okay. It's presentable, but it wasn't a good idea. And that's a really, really and what was I saying? Yeah. This whole idea of interviews. How do you do it? Do you have experience about this?
Yes, I have experience. It's really very hard to change your state of mind during the interview.
Yeah.
You must have much of luck to journey really to journey your whole mind set of mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have a strategy in your mind usually. You want to come to this point, so are you going through this strategy?
Yeah.
And then if it is something which goes through the mind, also through the heart.
Yeah.
Because there are subjects which are just the sensory, but this is it's the second phase is the research. You have either to make it through internet, through reading, through attending some events of I usually interview music groups or filmmakers or theater.
Okay, so tell me you're interviewing a filmmaker. How much time do you have?
For preparing?
For the interview.
For the interview, is the screening, what is aired is 25 minutes. But actually the interviews is much longer and that will be edited, it's not live. So I'm still in the phase of being recorded and then aired. The interview is usually longer than what the people see at the end.
Yeah.
And then either I go to the event and see the people in advance, I talk to them in advance. I make research through internet or through reading or hearing or viewing some reports about that. And then I put a strategy to my question, what do I want to express? And I'm trying direct messages. I'm avoiding this because actually I hate the direct messages, and I hate.
What do you mean with the direct message? Like a leading question where the answer is in your question on the area you want.
No, I have the feeling that in Egypt, they are using this style of music. This style of music began in, I don't know where, in USA or in Europe, in this century. And in Egypt we have this style of music starting from, I don't know when. A short introduction.
10-minute interview. If I'm really honest with myself, I wasn't properly listening to that answer. I was thinking about the next question, I was thinking about where the conversation is going. And this is a challenge. Sorry? And you see this building, and it's an unbelievable building. It's magnificent, it's a wonderful piece of architecture. It must have cost the earth, but it is also designed like a kind of a James Bond kind of a world. Yeah, you know that in the middle of this huge, great, big construction, there is a very, very, very powerful individual. Yes. Well, this is not my personal point of view. I think, you take all the information that you have about Sepp Blatter, and you take all the information you have about the institution, and it's being investigated. That I went along, there were two people who were going to be doing an interview, one after another. It was going to be sort of a quick thing. 10 minutes with this guy, 10 minutes with me. He did the 10 minutes with the first guy, and then booted him out of the office, more or less. I was dragged in, sitting on the sofa with Sepp Blatter, and I said very strong things to him. I was very critical, I think. As critical as you could imagine. And he loved it. And he's like a little bit of a king. He just gets a lot of people saying, Mr. Blatter, Mr. Blatter, Mr. Blatter, perhaps I could ask you this question. And he sat with me on the sofa for an hour after the interview, talking about FIFA, about money, about corruption, about Qatar, about goal line technology, about changing the rules, about a million different things. And just talking about sports and politics, because again, the tempo, and tempo is a good word here. I also did an interview with Bernie Ecclestone, the head of Formula One, one of the most powerful people in the world in terms of what happens in the media. Because again, all the companies want to have the rights to Formula One, they want to have access to the drivers, they want to have access to Bernie Ecclestone. Now this was a fascinating situation, and again, a real test of who you are as a journalist. Because it was at a downtown hotel, the most prestigious hotel in Berlin. We had booked a room bigger than this. Another important German broadcaster had got the room next door, and they were going to do the first interview with him. Very prestigious German broadcaster were going to use the interview for their main Saturday night sports show. And that was going to happen at 12 o'clock, and then after that at 12:45 he was going to meet. And I went out into the corridor ahead of the interview thinking I still have 3/4 of an hour. And Mr. Ecclestone came towards me. And I said, Mr. Ecclestone, I should introduce myself because we're going to be talking afterwards because we're here in the corridor all alone. So I'll say hello to you, tell you who I am, and we introduced ourselves. And I said, why are you going down there? You should be going down there because that's where you're doing the first interview with the German channel, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I was just in there with them, and I don't like them, they are stupid. And he used some very strong language. And I said, they are quite important here in Germany. Maybe you do want to talk. No, they are stupid. And so I'm standing there with him and I said, well, that means we could start our interview now. And he said, yeah. And I looked him in the eye, and here I have the height advantage because he's actually a relatively small chap. And I looked him in the eye, and he had made some very controversial comments about Nazi Germany at the time before the interview. There'd also been an incident at one of the Grand Prix at Singapore or Malaysia, I can't remember, where one of the drivers had deliberately crashed his car, which was cheating. And I looked him in the eye and I said, Mr. Ecclestone, we will have to talk about the difficult stuff, but I can guarantee you it will be a stimulating and interesting conversation. are you okay with that? And he looked me in the eye and he said, yeah. And we went into the interview and it started straight away. Yeah? And I asked the first question and he said, no. And I said, the second question, he said, yeah. Third question, I don't know. Fourth question, why not? And I actually went back and counted, and it was a 10-minute interview, and I asked 49 questions. But in the middle of the interview, he said, he clearly indicated I'm not going to answer that question. And I was sitting like this in the middle of the interview as though I was driving a Formula 1 car. And I said, but Mr. Eccleston, if you don't answer the question, it's like crashing the car deliberately. Like this, it's cheating. Are you cheating? Yeah. And he woke up. And from that point on, he then started engaging, and it was still a wrestling match. Yeah. But he was actually there. And he was engaged. It's quite interesting, I think.
What do you do if somebody is too much nervous in front of the camera and you know is
Well, I'm fascinated that your academy has this opportunity to come to Berlin, to come to Germany, because I think Germany is an unusual country. I think it's a country that's very much got its sort of own values and its own agenda, and I think they're very much reflected in the way that Germany does politics and the way that Germany does media. And I think an awful lot of that has rubbed off onto Deutsche Welle. Deutsche Welle is, of course, very much a German institution. And, I think we've been talking about it this morning in the meeting that we had, the discussion that we had, that I think that there are fundamental principles that Deutsche Welle applies that are also very German principles. And I think I mentioned them earlier: constitutionality, the rule of law, international law, pluralism, human rights. These are all values that I think here at Deutsche Welle we really subscribe to. And I think to that extent we're certainly not a state broadcaster, but we're certainly very much in tune with what are the values of Germany as a constitutional state. And I think probably, I know too little about this, but I think probably there's a very interesting interaction between you guys from your academy and us here at Deutsche Welle, being able to talk around those values that we subscribe to and the extent to which you can learn from those values, but also that we at Deutsche Welle can learn from the way you do news and what principles you apply to news making and the news agenda. Okay. Yeah, my name is Peter Craven. I've been working at Deutsche Welle for over 20 years, and I'm a presenter at Deutsche Welle, I'm a correspondent at Deutsche Welle. I get to do all sorts of different things. I've been very fortunate working for an organisation that's given me opportunities to do pretty much everything that is involved in making TV. It's been great to have those opportunities.
Right, I'll phone up upstairs. I still haven't got through to them.
That's the chief. Chief.
صباح الخير، انا اسمي محمد بدير، واحد من الناس اللي اخدوا كورسات في أونا اكاديمي. كنت اخدت كورس بتاع توك برزنتيشن في شهر 1 اللي فات، شهر 1 2014. التجربه كانت بكل مقاييس كانت جديده. يعني واحد شغال في بنك ومره واحده قال لي جرب حاجه مختلفه شويه عن الكورس بتاعه، عن البانكينج كورس بتاعه، حاجه ليها علاقه بالميديا والتوك شو برزنتيشن. كانت تجربه بالنسبه لي بكل المقاييس كويسه جدا. الوقوف قدام الكاميرا، ازاي اتكلم في مواضيع جديده واناقشها مع بني ادمين كتير غيري، مش مجرد هو صاحبي ولا هو صاحبتي ولا ايا كان، لا اتناقش مع خلق مع بشر كتير. والموضوع اوفرول لا مفيد، فادني انا في حياتي العمليه، ازاي اتكلم مع عملاء مثلا تانيين. انا شغلي مثلا في تعامل مع العملاء، فادني في التعامل مع الناس، فادني ازاي افتح حتى حوار عادي على قهوه مثلا. فالموضوع بالنسبه لي او اعتقد بالنسبه لناس كتير اخذوا كورسات كان مفيد عموما. كورسات الاكاديميه فادتنا جميعا، فادت كل الناس اللي اشتغلوا هناك. فاعتقد كانت تجربه مثمره، والواحد الحمد لله طلع بناس كويسه قوي، طلع بناس باك جراوند مختلفه. اللي معايا كان كورس اعلامي، اللي معايا كان محاسب، واللي كان مهندس. باك جراوند كانت مختلفه، كذا حد كذا مجال مختلف، واعتقد كانت مثمره، واعتقد كلنا استفدنا من بعض، مش مجرد بس اللي استفدنا من ناس بتوع الميديا بس، لا انا استفدت من ناس بتوع الميديا وناس بتوع الهندسه وناس بتوع اوفرول. تجربه كانت حلوه جدا، وفعلا يعني انصح اي حد لو غاوي حتى عنده كهوايه الاعلام دي شويه، عايز ينمي اي جزء فيها او جزء معين فيها، انصحه طبعا يعمل كورس في أونا كده.
شحات اخدت في أونا اكاديمي كورس نيوز بريزنتنج. بصراحه قبل ما اروح اخد الكورس ده في أونا اكاديمي انا ما كنتش مصدقه ابدا ان هشوف المستوى ده من التدريب. انت بتاخد تدريب عملي عالي جدا، مكثف جدا، بتقعد تشتغل في 5 ايام، بتصور في اليوم مرتين او 3 دول مش بتصور من غير ما يبقى عندك خلفيه انت هتعمل ايه، لا خالص. انت بيتم اعلانك قبل التصوير، انت هتتصرف ازاي، هتعمل ايه، تنزل تحت تجرب ده عملي، وبعدين تبتدي تاني من اول وجديد تتعلم ايه هي اخطائك. بعد 5 ايام المستوى بيفرق خالص. وانا اكاديمي خلتني احس ان انا ما خسرتش كتير لما ما دخلتش كليه اعلان، بالعكس انا عوضت كل اللي انا ما دخلتوش في ال5 ايام دول، وده بشهاده ناس كتير قوي معانا كانوا خريجين كليه اعلان. الطريق لألمانيا بالنسبه لي كان حلو، ان انا ادخل في تيم مع ناس كلنا ما فيناش حد اشتغل في الميديا قبل كده، وبعدين رحنا نجرب مع بعض ازاي تنجح فكره انت مقتنع بيها، والحمد لله ان احنا كسبنا. واونا ساعتها كانت موفره لنا كل حاجه، انت عندك المكان اللي بتقعد تشتغل فيه طول اليوم، ما بتقدرش تخرج براه لان انت عندك كل الامكانيات جوه. التيم كان استفدت قوي قوي من كل الخبرات اللي كانت معانا، الصغيرين قبل الكبار. الحمد لله الفكره نجحت، والحمد لله ان احنا هنا النهارده. التمرين هنا مكثف جدا وعملي جدا، بنروح محطات كتير قوي، بنتعلم حاجات خبرات مختلفه خالص عن اللي موجود عندنا في مصر. اخدت في أونا اكاديمي كورس نيوز بريزنتنج. ما كنتش مصدقه اني هلاقي المستوى ده من التعليم المكثف والسريع، وتستفيد من كل الخبرات اللي موجوده فيه في وقت قصير جدا. انت عندك ايام الكورس 5 ايام بس عشان خاطر تتعلم ازاي تقدم نشره الاخبار، وازاي تاخد مداخلات تليفونيه، وكل حاجه ليها علاقه بالاختيارات الاختياريه. كنت فاكره ان انا هيبقى عندي نوع من التقصير عشان ما دخلتش كليه اعلام، بس بصراحه هم غطولنا اكتر بكتير قوي من اللي ممكن كنا ناخده في ال4 سنين. الطريق لألمانيا بالنسبه لنا كلنا كان حلم، انا والتيم بتاعي كلنا كنا في تيم واحد بنشتغل على انه اتس
النظري العملي بتاعت 6 ايام كنا بننزل فيهم تصوير الليل بعد ما نكون درسنا كذا سيشن نظري، فالموضوع كان مختلف تماما عما انا كنت فاكره. رود تو جيرني كانت بعتبرها اول خطوه، كان هدفي ان انا بعد ما خدت الكورس ان انا اقدر اطبق اللي انا خدته وده على التفكير بتاعي، والحمد لله كسبنا وبقينا في المانيا كلها.
انا ياسمين نور الدين، متدربه في أونا أكاديمي. قدمنا ضمن حوالي 700 متقدم لمسابقة الطريق إلى ألمانيا بالتعاون مع معهد جوته. هي منحة بيفوزوا في المسابقة لقنوات أكبر قنوات التلفزيونية الألمانية. عملنا فيلم وثائقي عن حقوق الأقليات في مصر، وده اللي كسب الجائزة الأولى، هو فيلم الحلم الممنوع. تجربتي هنا في ألمانيا تجربة مختلفة، لأن احنا بنتعرف على أهم معالم الإعلام والصحافة الغربية، وخاصة الصحافة والإعلام الألماني. زرنا 5 محطات تلفزيونية ما بين محطات عامة ومحطات خاصة. المحطات العامة هي مش محطات حكومية، هي مش بيتم تمويلها أو إدارتها عن طريق الحكومة، وده اللي مختلف عن مصر. بيحاولوا يكونوا بأكثر حرية وأكثر استقلالية. كل المحطات التلفزيونية وحتى وكالة الأنباء الألمانية هي محطات حرة مستقلة. رأس المال مش بيتدخل في الإدارة، مش بيتدخل في نوع الخبر أو كيفية معالجة الخبر. من أجمل المحطات اللي زرناها وأهمها هي محطة دويتشه فيلا، وقابلنا بيتر كريفن، وده أحد أهم وأبرز المذيعين في أوروبا وممكن في العالم في برامج التوك شو. عمل أكبر انترفيوهات مع أهم السياسيين في العالم. زرنا كمان وكالة الأنباء الألمانية الأكبر هنا في ألمانيا. شفنا مراحل صناعة الخبر من أول ما بياخدوه من المراسل من موقع الحدث لغاية لما بينزلوه على الصفحة الرسمية بتاعتهم على الإنترنت. تجربتي في ألمانيا كورس اللي أنا أخدته في أونا أكاديمي كان تقديم نشرات الإخبارية. دربنا عن طريق كل المذيعين اللي في أونا TV، أكبر مذيعين نشرات الأخبار طبعا. اتعرفنا إزاي من أول تحرير الخبر وقراءة الخبر، الطريقة في الأداء. هي أونا أكاديمي غيرت وجهة نظري في الإعلام، لأن دايما بنشوف إن الإعلام يا إما موجه يا إما عايز إن هو يوجه الجمهور لوجهة نظر. لا، إحنا اتعلمنا في أونا أكاديمي الحيادية، اتعلمنا الموضوعية، لأن ده بيفيد القناة والمذيع، بيضيف مصداقية عند الجمهور، بيخلي الناس تصدقه، بيخلي الناس تثق فيه إن القناة دي
عشان بنات احنا بس معظم عشان شربت ميه ما عملتش حاجه. لا، ولا هولز ننزل معدتي ولا
لا، مش فندق واحد ده، بص
مجموعة
مجموعة حاجات كده.
كده صورينا في فيديو.
صور ايه بالظبط؟
صورينا احنا كده الصف ده.
هو انت ليه مديني هو ريكورد اصلا؟
هو ريكورد فاقطع بقى براحتي.
اوكي. من اول فين؟
هو ريكورد كده. حاسين ان احنا في المانيا. مين عشرة جاي اقل حاجه؟
بص يعني ايه هو قاعد مركز كده وباين بص مين مركز قوي يعني زياده عن اللزوم.
خلي الدنيا
مش ناوي باي باي انت كمان؟
يعني دلوقتي
شارع المعز
شارع
قوي. ما لسه جوه هو واحنا راكبين الاتوبيس من
واحد انه معلش مش هنشارك ناخد طينه.
مش الدرجات دي واحنا مع بعض قاعدين في البتاع بالليل. ايه ده؟ بحر كمان؟
مش الدرجات دي. انا هو بحب هو اللي انا بحب اقوم وبقوم براحتي شويه. هو كده هو بيسر بالنسبه لي. انا بحب اقوم براحتي وقاعد رياضتي. هو رايق كده شاد رايق يعني هو مثله يعني هو رايق.
الراجل عايز يتفرج على الحاجات اللي انا صورتها.
مين الراجل؟
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Yes. Footage. Yes, we need footage. Sure.
يافت يا مينا. هي مين؟
ايه ار بي برضه.
لا انا قصدي هتبقى باينه اكتر. مين انا صورني ولا
لا مش للدرجات يا ميار. مش للدرجات يا بنتي. ما هيطلع في الفيلم بتعملي ايه؟
يا عمي
صعب.
عايز بقى اعمل حاجه مفيده. لا طبعا مختلفه طبعا.
هاي يا ميرا. هلو. المشكلة احنا بنبايبا يعني. ايه ده بقى؟ مينا معاها.
عارفه لو اول ما رجعتي مصر بتعملي عبيطه؟
كنت لسه هقول لك اهو النهارده مينا معاها اللابتوب. لو انت معاكي اي حاجه تاخدي عليها الصور دلوقتي.
انا معايا جروب على الفيس. والله العظيم اسهل لك انت اصلا بدل ما تقعدي تبعتي كل واحد. بصي احنا هنعمل جروب على الفيس. هقول لك على حاجه. احنا كل معاه صور ينزلها. حطي الصور نحط الصور فيه كل الناس. كل واحد يشوف في صور عاملين. اعتقد دي حاجه بتتعمل بعد كل ايفنت في الدنيا.
ايوه بس بلاش انا معاك. عشان الصور لما بتطلع على الفيس بتقل جدا.
فانت صنعت ايه بقى غير الجودة؟
انا بتكلم على الناس عموما زي ما انت انا بالنسبه لي مش هعمل كده اديت دي
انا عايزاها عشان احطها على الفيسبوك اصلا، يعني ده هدفي منها من الاساس.
انا عايزاها عشان اركايف ليا بس هو ايه ده الكواليتي مش تبقى مؤذيه هي كمان جايه من
عايز اقول لكم حاجه يا جماعه، انا لو عايز احط صور على الفيسبوك كنت حطيتها من زمان. انا مش عايز احط صور على الفيسبوك بصراحه.
ما حطيتش ولا صورة
اصلا عبد الوهاب، ونحب نقول لها ايه شعورك وانتي شبه شيرين عبد الوهاب وكمان قاعده في مكان نظيف في المانيا. انا خلصت السؤال.
كشيرين طبعا احساس قليل جدا، او اي احساس من الاغاني الجديده. الكليب الجديد طبعا احساس رهيب. انا احساسي بقى دلوقتي فعلا احساس شيرين في اخر كليب عاملاه. كانت عامله كليب اخر اغنيه ايه؟ ومين اختار. انا دلوقتي احساس ومين اختار يعيش حياته كده
في مصر.
مين بقى بجد فعلا
مين اختار يعيش حياته في مصر؟
ان احنا طبعا في صدمه، في مسطره حقيقيه بتحصل حالا.
بقول لكم ايه
ده مسبيرو هنا ده شعب
احساس طبعا اللي جبته من انشاء.
بنشكر زميلتنا آلاء على الانترفيو اللذيذ الطويل قوي ده ونقول لها ميرسي.
zu sein. اوكي. طيب. أونا أكاديمي ومعهد جوته بذلوا مجهود كبير في تنظيم الزيارة دي، ونتيجة المجهود الكبير دهوت قدرنا إن احنا فعلا نشوف الإعلام الألماني وأساسياته وأساليب عمله والآليات اللي بتخليه فعلا يفضل نظام غير متحيز للدولة أو لأي أطراف أخرى داخل الدولة أو حتى خارج الدولة. عرفنا المسار اللي مشيته ألمانيا من بعد الحرب العالمية لغاية دلوقتي في الناحية الإعلامية، وإزاي ده أسس فعلا فكرة حرية الرأي وحرية التعبير في ألمانيا، والقيود والضوابط اللي محطوطة عليها والخطوط الحمراء اللي الإنسان برضه حتى هنا في ألمانيا ما يقدرش يتجاوزها. عرفنا الفرق الكبير ما بين القنوات الوطنية اللي ممولة تمويل كبير من خلال دافعي الضرائب والقنوات الكتير المحلية أو القطاع الخاص، وازاي بتشتغل بإمكانيات أصغر بكتير بس الجودة بتاعتها لا تزال عالية جدا وتتميز بنفس الحرية. استنى يا عم. تعرفنا على المسار اللي مشيته ألمانيا من بعد انتهاء الحرب والفترة بتاعة النازي لغاية دلوقتي، وازاي ده أثر كويس على الإنتاج الإعلامي وأسس لوجود إعلام في حرية تعبير عن الرأي. اتعرفنا على المسار اللي مشيته ألمانيا من بعد الحرب لغاية دلوقتي، وازاي أسست لنفسها حرية الإعلام وحرية التعبير في الإعلام، وأسست ووضعت الآليات اللي بتضمن ده، ووجود قنوات كبيرة بتمول من خلال المواطن الألماني زي دفع الضرائب بالظبط، وقنوات تانية صغيرة نسبيا وبتقدم برضو كواليتي عالية جدا. قابلنا شخصيات كثيرة مهمة في الإنتاج الإعلامي وفي الصحافة الألمانية، وشفنا أماكن كثيرة مهمة. أهم كان بالنسبة لي طبعا كان البرلمان الألماني أو الرايشستاغ. شكرا لأونا أكاديمي والمعهد جوته ولكل شخص ساعدنا في كل مكان إحنا رحناه. شارع هنجيب منظر مختلف، ايه رأيك؟
لحظة يا شريف.
ايه؟ الصور مع الغطس؟ الصور مع الغطس؟
انا يا جماعه كنت هعيط.
انا عيطت تعبير مره
يا جماعه في الاوضه بتاعت الجوابات.
انا بقى بال
لا انا في
الحوش الصراحه يعني متعبه. ازاي الناس دي كانت
انا مش عايزه اقول في شنطه ديالا مش عارفه.
هو في جواب اللي هو عيال صغيره عندهم 2 و3 سنين بيقعدوا يعيطوا فعلا مسموع صوت نار ويقعدوا تاني. ايه ده؟ انت عيل صغير، ايه عيل صغير يقول عمل لك ايه؟ انا هحكي لك قصه
ياسمين فين؟
بعدين مستخبيين كل شويه بنسمع الصوت. تمام؟
ازاي التحاور مع المراسل، ازاي يبقى عندي فيديو استوديو او مداخلات تليفونيه. وبعد كده بعد مرور سنه على اكاديميه اونا نظموا مسابقه بالتعاون مع معهد والتى في القاهره. المسابقه كانت من حق اي خريج لاونا اكاديمي ان هو يتقدم بيها. قدمت فيها وخدوني ضمن 40 متسابق، قسمنا ل4 مجموعات. كل مجموعه اختارت مشروع تقدمه، ولكن كلنا تحت عنوان حقوق الانسان في مصر. احنا اخترنا حقوق الاقليات في مصر وعملناها تنظيم طائفي باسم الممنوع. كان القنوات الألمانية هي قنوات خاصة أو قنوات عامة. القنوات العامة مش قنوات حكومية، مش تابعة لوزارة إعلام. القنوات العامة اللي بيمولها هم الشعب الألماني، هم اللي بيتم دفع زي اشتراك، بيتم دفع مبلغ شهري، هو ده التمويل الأساسي. هو ده التمويل الأساسي للقنوات الحكومية أو القنوات العامة. أما القنوات الخاصة هي تابعة طبعا لشركات ومنظمات، حاجات قطاع خاص، ولكن هم أهم حاجة الإعلام الحر المستقل. مفيش أي تأثير من أي حزب سياسي أو من أي شركة قطاع خاص على المحتوى اللي بيقدم في القنوات. مفيش أي اتجاهات تملى على الإعلاميين، في حرية واستقلال كبير جدا واسع للإعلاميين. ونتمنى إن احنا نشوفها في مصر، ونتمنى إن أي مصالح تحركنا أو تحرك أفكارنا. اكتر حاجه عجبتني، اكتر مكان حبيت قوي زيارته كان محطه جوته وقابلنا بيتر شيون، واحد من اكبر مذيعين التوك شو في العالم كله. قبل كده عمل انترفيوهات مع اكبر السياسيين في العالم كله، مش في برلين بس او مش في المانيا بس. فاستفدت حقيقه كتير جدا من مقابلتنا دي. رحنا وكاله الاخبار الالمانيه اللي هي DPA، دي برضو من اهم المحطات او الاماكن اللي كلها الحقيقه هايله جدا، لان هم يعني مش بس ان احنا شفنا هم بيصوروا او بيتم اعداد البرامج، عرفنا على الاختلافات الاساسيه برلين يشوفوه. هو المسؤول تماما عن البرنامج بتاعه، ودي كانت تجربه هايله وممتازه جدا جدا وجديده، لان مفيش في مصر برنامج بيتم من اول لاخر واحد او اثنين بس هو فريق العمل بتاعه.
يطول شويه.
شفت انت ازاي صح يا اسلام؟ انا عندي مشكله ازاي كده حد قال الموضوع ده صح يا جماعه؟ انا من فظيع حاجه معاك يوم الاثنين بعد لا بروجرام كتير جدا كده حد قال معلومه كده مثلا الاعلى هو اسلام الابيض
وايه فاكر اول يوم الحلو هي فاكره هي طلعت
دي كانت طلع بعد الرخصه.
ايوه هي اول يعني
هو كده في حاجات كتير قوي مش فاكر والله. انا عمري في حياتي اسامي مش فاكر. انا كنت طبعا مرقب مش فاكر من فعلا مش فاكر يعني. في الاخر بفتكر كام حاجه بس
اغنيه غنيه بالرص
علشان عملنا حاجات كتير قوي كتير قوي كتير قوي. طيب
ممكن ترجع تاني على الفيلم لوحدك.
شريف هو مثلا بتاع نعمل فاضي شويه
على مرني.
عايز ايه؟
عايز الكاميرا ولا عايز ايه؟
ما يعرفش ايه؟
ايه دولار؟
بس يا طارق
درجة الحرارة في مصر يا جماعة 26 21.
انا اللي كان معاك يا محروني
محروني يا معلم.
لا محروني وغزوني الكابوني يا حبيبي الكابوني
شباب هو في التاكس فري بيبقى فيه طابورين كده. ففي طابور الاول لازم نختم منه، في طابور تاني احنا نعمل منه ريفاند. محدش بس يقف طابور ريفاند ده يستنى كتير بعد كده في الاخر خلاص يروح الراجل يقول لك
وبعدين هم عملوا دلوقتي نظام جديد سخيف شويه ان انت بتديلهم الفيزا هم بيحولوا لك الفلوس والا بياخدوا على كل فاتوره 3 يوم.
ما لسه هم هبه قايله لنا المعلومه دي. لسه
3 ولا 5؟
لا 3 يعني 3
لو 3
على كل فاتوره.
انا شايفه ان عملت ده عملت الاخر
كله بقى وش بتاخدها كاش ما كنتش محتاجها يعني.
انت ما ينفعش تدخل الموضوع ده. انا كنت
عندك مليان وماله
والله دي ناس اصلا يعني الراجل يقول لكم دي موضوع بس لكن تقول لي عرفان ويقول لك الراجل يقول لك تقول عرفان يقول لك لا والله لازم نشوف تاني.
يا ريت
قول لي بس انت بس انا عندي مواعيد برضه
شوف حتى
لا بجد والله
الحاجات اللي انت عايز تصورها وانا في اي تعديلات ثانيه
لا عايزين نسوي اوريدي هناك اللي جو ماسك الماركتنج والسيار هناك والبي ار هناك والسام اسمها الاوبريشن اسمها التعزيز ممكن تصادق مين جايين من الجروب تختار مين يعني نعم بس يعني دي ممكن يبقى هناك كده دواء خد سلمى برضه سلمى معايا
لا يجوز
رايحين فين يا جماعه؟ مع بعض
مين بيبقى معايا من مطعم عشان هو فنان لا عشان هيروح يكمل ده تمثل فن عشان ايوه
بس ده عندي معانا انفوت يعني ولا طالعين بس
ممكن تعمل لنا تعاني
هتبقى في اللذيذ كده في السريع
بالظبط
اخر يبقى همبك شويه ما يبقاش شويه
في كلابس هناك كمان
ايه ده؟ انا عبرت من زمان يعني لسه دلوقتي
اوفر من 6 سنين راجل
مش فاكر هذا سنه طيب لو كنت راجع عملنا تيم الروكس من كتر اخبار زي ما عارف لسه شاب
لا لما انت تقبل بقى انت تاخد رايك الاول
او لا قلت لك طبعا وده في ميتنج بتعمل كل حد
لما نصور ونعمل وتملي الابلكيشن عندنا
ايه رايك كمان في الموضوع
انا مالي
انت ضامنه انت جنه ان شاء الله بس بزورينا يا معلم
هبعت لكم شويه هوا ساقع اكل شرب
بس بلاش عشان انا كنت عشان ولا طيب خلاص بس حاجة كويسة يعني اوكي مش كمان عشان ده متخيلة ممكن يكون ايه طب كويس حلو طب كويس لازم يعني تعمل ازاي عشان كل الكلام اللي ما اتقالش تاني مش عارفه بيتضايق فتحت موضوع ايه؟ اللي هو ايه؟ شغل باين اعمل ايه؟ ما عرفتش تمشي
والله
والله نايمة
بس هما يعني هو الشباب بتعمل كده ولا
جميلة وهبلة مش فاهم
very private يعني انت يعني انت بتعمل قراءة مبدئية يعني انت معرف الناس ولا
ايه ده؟ ازاي تعملي كده؟ يعني دي صدفة لا كنت تنبهي اكتر
انا شايفاك مثلا من 10 دقايق ولا حاجة لا ساعتين
حاسس كيسر
هو ده برضه اللي انا قلته كنت درسنا الموضوع ده يعزوني ببعيا مش عايز تاخد الأول
ايوه كان عارفين
ماشي كل اللي عندك ولا عندك يوم كده لما يبقى اسبوع
طبعا هي فتحت كاميرات من 30 سنة والله العظيم المستشفى فتحت كاميرات 30 سنة يقول لك نعمل مركز المركز ده انا
تمام واول ما تيجي مصر
برافو عليك يا بنتي انت خدت فلوس العالم كله بالعربي
ان شاء الله
المعهد المراكز الثقافية كل حاجة بتشاركي في ما صوت الشعب
خلاص ان شاء الله
تسمع هو رابعة ابتدائي بتاع ايوه بس لما كانوا مثلا 40 مليار يورو صرفوا مليار يورو كده دي كام يعني دي كام على الطبق ايوه بقى ممكن هتيجي بره كده تيجي شاطر بس ايه مش عليه ما خدتش بالي شفتي اهو مش حاجه عليك ايه مش حاجه عليك
هتركي هتفوق عادي ايه المشكله ده عشان لا مش حاجه اندراوي عادي
اوكي يعني مش حاجه
عادي
ليش هتيجي دول
حتى شهادين وصلت لا
اوفر لك مثلا 200 جنيه وشفت بره عايز اوفر 7 ياخدوا هم ال 200 جنيه انتوا سنه 150 جنيه تخيل.
هم اصلا بيكسبوا
لا لا هم نصابين. ايوه ايوه كله سامع
لازم اخد دولار.
حلو
بعد كده
هي في الشنطه احتياطي هتلاقيها اصلا تبع اللبس. هي بترجع لي لما
لا ينور كورونا عادي بس على فكره بس الاصل هناك الجزء الرابع هذا هو الروسي لا يموت
اصلا ده ما ظهرش
في واحد كان بيلعبه
ايوه ده اللي هو كان
ايوه دوت معايا
حتى الشكل الروسي ما تفتكر
كنت اتفرج
لا فعلا
الجزء الثاني بيقول لا هو حلو
مينا اللابتوب بتاعك معاك؟ اللابتوب بتاعك معاك؟
تحت
في الشنطة الكبيرة؟ اللي هطلع الطيارة؟ طب الحاجات اللي انت صورتها النهارده فيها تصويرك انت نفسك مش هتاخدها معاك كده؟
ليه؟
تاخدها امتى؟
مش تاخد الكاميرا معاك الطيارة؟
ايوه هتحطها زي على اللابتوب بتاعك.
ايه المشكلة يعني؟ انا هاخد اللابتوب من الشنطة الكبيرة برضه معايا في ايدي كده على الطيارة. بس ما ضيعش وقت الطيارة.
يعني انت في الطيارة هيبقى اللابتوب بتاعك معاك.
ايوه شغال.
في مترو في مطار القاهرة يا مين؟ هو هيرجع القاهرة بقى مفيش مترو في مطار القاهرة. هو في محطة لا ما هي خلاص بص خلاص كده خلاص
هو كده سيرتيفايد خلاص.
انا مستند عليه لا هو عنده من زمان هو بيدي محاضرات يعني هو بيدي سيرتيفيكت للناس عارف زي اوكي مين اللي لسه برضه معاه مين ولادنا
presenting yourself in coming night.
اللي بقى عايز
رجع لي كم هذا ايه يعني شيء درويش مزارة برضه يا مجدي يا مجدي
الو شيكو ازيك يا شيكو؟ لا لسه يا عم لسه في المانيا رايح المطار في الطريق رايح المطار
لا يا احمد
لسه جاي 8 بالليل انا جاي 8 بالليل يا عم ان شاء الله انت ايه الاخبار؟ طمني ايه عندك؟ جدا 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 فعلا زي ما انت قلت لي بلد ما شاء الله حلو جدا انا داخل على تنزيل داخل على حلو انا بكره ما اجي احكي لك ورحت لأوروبا سلام خلاص يا عم في حاجة هساعدك دلوقتي في حاجة هساعدك يا عم لا حبيبي
انا بقيت فاكر موبايلي برضه بس موبايلي يعني انا حافظ عليه شكلا موبايلي وقع مني شرح قطع قصه كده عيني الحمد لله قد كده الحمد لله قد كده بس الواحد برضه على الشغل اروح اغيره خلاص انا بسيطه يعني خلاص بكره مع بعض خلاص بكره مع بعض احكي يعني ببساطه
Tracks.